And Ms. Paulson Alvarez and Ms. McNeil as the two, unless they're just not on my screen and you have them somewhere, Chris, perhaps.
You're muted, Chris.
Sorry, I just got Ellen and we're just waiting for Jennifer now.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, Ellen. How are you?
Hi. Good. Running late.
Oh,
Crazy.
that's all right.
Jen just texted me. She's running a minute late.
Okay. All right. Well, let's wait a minute, I guess, for sure.
We're going to continue our perfect attendance. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
Truly is impressive.
Exhausting week at work. So sorry.
Oh, well.
So we do have quorum if you want to start.
Okay.
And then we have some administrative things I guess we could start with. If, up to you though.
All right. Let's see, we'll give 10-9. We'll do a countdown here and see how we do. All right. All right, well, it's 7:34. Why don't we call the meeting to order? The meeting of the Summit Planning Board. I'll read the adequate notice statement. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the board in preparation of the 2021 annual meeting notice, which sets forth the date, time, and place of this meeting, and by properly posting such notice and forwarding the notice to those designated newspapers and persons requesting meeting notices. Moreover, in order to comply with the national and state declarations of emergency related to the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the municipal land use law, the Open Public Meetings Act, and the recent operational documents from the Department of Community Affairs, this meeting is being held virtually as a web-based platform with remote access. Let's go to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sorry I'm missing my American flag, but I'll find it by the next meeting, I hope.
I don't have one.
Ready we go. I pledge allegiance to
Since to the flag
the flag of the
of the United States of America,
and to the republic
republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
liberty and
liberty
justice.
and
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I have a little bit of an issue signing into this way, Chris, because it's operator error. Had the operator come in through my own account, I would have my American flag. But since I failed to do that, my American flag is sitting in the operating account, so in my account. So I know where it is. I just forgot to do it. So next time I will bring it with me. So can we do a roll call?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Anderson,
Present.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Here.
Councilmember Little.
Here.
We're expecting Ms. Paulson Alvarez, but she's not here yet. Ms. McNeil,
Here.
Mr. Delory,
Here.
Zucker,
Here.
Perella,
Here.
Fiore,
Here.
Mr. Formicelli,
Here.
Mr. Ashman.
Present.
For the record, Mr. Warner is here. He's our board attorney. You have a quorum. You can proceed.
Great, thank you. Well, first item is meeting minutes, March 22nd meeting, and I know Mr. Warner had some comments and maybe some members of the board have some comments as well. Mr. Warner?
I just had one, thank you, Mr. Chairman, one very brief one on, at the end of the Primrose minutes, it says the application was carried to the April 26, 2021 hearing date. I just thought that should reflect without further notice, since that would be accurate.
Okay, great. Mr. McCullough will make note of that, I'm sure. Any other comments, questions, additions, deletions from board members? I'll tell you, Chris, I think you hit about 1,000 today because I had nothing to add, change, multiplier, divide. Great, thanks very much. Can we have a motion to approve? If there's no other comments,
So moved.
and a second, please.
Second.
Second.
Thank you very much. All right. Moving into our agenda for tonight. Tonight is a little bit of an interesting agenda, and I'll ask Mr. Warner to speak in just a moment, but we have a number of items on the agenda tonight. We have a resolution with Harvest Restaurant Group, 2 public hearings, and we have 2 council items that we'd like to council referral items. One is a referral item, one is not, but 2 orders of business that we'd like to do at the end of the meeting tonight. So we're going to try to have a hard stop at 11 o'clock, which gives us about 10 or 15 minutes to conduct the 2 items of business at the end of the agenda. And so because it is jam-packed agenda, we're trying to be efficient as we can with the Harvest Restaurant Group, since we've heard that before. And with regard to our Beechwood at Summit, I know that they've been waiting to get on the agenda, so I appreciate your patience with that. And then with regard to Primrose, we will pick up with public comments. I suspect somewhere, let's say maybe around 9 o'clock or something like that, where we'll start public comments. I'm not sure that we'll be finished tonight with the Primrose agenda with regard to public comments, because I know that there are some, maybe some attorneys involved, and maybe some presentations that may be made as well. But we'll do the best we can with that. Mr. Warner, what would you add to my introduction there?
I don't think there's much to add, Mr. Chairman, although I will take advantage of the opportunity to let the record reflect that board member Boston Alvarez has joined us in a timely fashion for our first application, Harvest Restaurant Group LLC. I believe we do have the attorney, Mr. Durkin, and his witness, Mr. Grabowski, and I see them appearing before me, before all of us, or at least one of them, Mr. Durkin. I just wanted to, if we're calling the first matter, Mr. Chairman, the Harvest Restaurant Group LLC, it is an extension / reapproval request. There was a notice determined to be required by the board attorney, myself, and a notice was provided. And I did have an opportunity to review the notice, found the content to be sufficient, found it to be timely served, certified mail April 13, published April 16, both at least 10 days prior to this evening, and thus fully compliant with the municipal land use law provisions regarding notice. So I believe we can proceed with that application, and I'll defer to you, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
to ask Mr. Durkin to enter his appearance, and perhaps he can explain what's the application that's being presented.
Mr. Nicola, looks like Mr. Durkin is here and present.
Before we proceed, Mr. Chairman, we just actually never formally had the voice vote. So we motioned in second, but we never voice voted for the minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's sorry about that. Let's take a little bit of a step back and we'll do a voice vote for the minutes.
Sure. So all in favor to approve the minutes?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none. Okay.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Durkin, you may have some witnesses tonight. I don't know, but why don't you, we'll turn the floor over to you.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman. Murphy Durkin, law firm of Durkin and Durkin, on behalf of the applicant Harvest Restaurant Group. Tonight, hopefully I'll have Mr. Chip Grabowski, a principal of Harvest, to join us and to testify if the board deems that fit. As the board attorney previously stated, we have an application to simply either extend and or reapprove a application that was approved before this board on April 27th, 2015, which was thereafter memorialized July 27th, 2015. The applicant was Harvest Restaurant Group LLC, and it was under application number PB-14-22229. As I set forth, and I'll be brief, in my March 19th, 2021 correspondence, subsequent to the approval of the application, Harvest did take certain steps to facilitate obtaining the permits and proceeding with the project. They, for instance, but not as a complete list, had the 3 lots consolidated, submitted all the documentation to the township, and I believe they were ready to issue the permits. Unfortunately, at that same time, or close there too, one of their sister restaurants was close to being completed in the neighboring town of Westfield, known as C. Adams Tavern. Unfortunately, we had extensive litigation in that case, which ultimately settled a few months ago to Harvest Group's favor, but it occupied substantial amount of their time and resources. So what we'd like to now do is complete that which we started here in Summit, and that's the modifications to the Huntley Tavern location. We intend to and will comply with all the terms and conditions of the prior resolution. We're not seeking to seek any amendments to any of those conditions, and we'll work with the town to make sure what was ever previously submitted either is resubmitted or updated to whatever the township desires.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with your permission, Mr. Durkin, just to confirm, the application is not changing in any way, shape, or form. Exactly what was approved in 2015 is what the applicant intends to proceed with constructing now, correct?
100% correct.
Okay, and all of the conditions, and if I were to run through them from the 2015 approval, either have been complied with or will be complied with as an ongoing obligation of the applicant, correct?
Absolutely.
And is it your understanding that there have been no changes in the zoning in the interim 6-year period or 5 or 6 year period within which that would have a material impact on the approvals at issue?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And I think, Mr. Chairman, it would be appropriate to have, I think you have a representative of your of the Harvest Restaurant Group here. Perhaps you can run him through those questions, or I can, doesn't matter, under oath, so we can have that on the record beyond just proffers from council. And then we may wish to ask a question or two of Mr. Burgess, just to confirm his opinion with respect to no material changes to the zoning, so that the board can be comfortable in moving forward with this reapproval, the terms of which I'll further explain when we get before the vote.
I think that's the proper way to do it, Mr. Warner.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I'll swear in Mr. Grabowski, as well as our board professionals, Mr. Dower and Mr. Burgess. If you'll all three raise your right hand, do all three of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Grabowski, I can see your hand. It's not very sunny behind you, I'll tell you that much. I can't see you, but I
I'm
can
in
see
summer.
you.
It's supposed to always be sunny in summer.
There you go. We're gonna have a pink supermoon. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but Mr. Durkin, if you don't mind, Mr. Grabowski, the applicant is proposing to do exactly that which was approved by resolution July 27, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And the 3 lots were already consolidated and submissions of documents made to the township, correct?
Correct.
And just for the edification of the board members and the public, commencement of construction is what's required within a certain period of time in order for the approval to be perfected. I can see you now, Mr. Grabowski. Thank you. While certain actions were taken, commencement of construction has not within the time frame. That's why an extension and/or reapproval was required now 5 years later. So the condition of the 2015 approval required payment of all real estate taxes, submission of a copy of the resolution to the Department of Community Services, payment of all outstanding fees and escrows, obtaining approval of all other necessary governmental agencies, compliance with the engineer and planner's report, a landscaping plan to be approved by the city forester, valet parking agreements in writing with a minimum duration of 10 years, preferably 15, copies of applicants' agreements for on-site and off-site valet parking to be submitted to the city, a sign being posted at the adjacent car wash advising motorists of the location's limitation to valet parking during evening hours only. The city will request procurement and installation of a street light on the utility pole located on the property across from the car wash. Sign on the southwest facade will not be lit. Board retained jurisdiction. Applicant shall consolidate lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. Property's driveway at Morris Ave and Springfield Ave shall remain open for customer access and valet operation via both driveways. And valet parking services shall be provided between 5:30 and 11:30, Monday through Saturday. No valet parking during afternoons. Mr. Grabowski, has the applicant either satisfied or will the applicant continue to agree that they will satisfy all of the aforementioned conditions?
Continue to agree. And I think for the most part, we have pretty much all that done. So I know there may be a couple of items that are out, but we'll take care of those as well.
Okay, so they'll be stipulated to be ongoing conditions, so the applicant would continue to satisfy all conditions from the prior 2015 approval, correct? If this approval is granted, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, on the roll that I usually get on, Mr. Burgess, you've been sworn. Is it your understanding that there have been no material changes to our zoning ordinances, or no changes to our zoning ordinances, which would have a material effect on the approval of preliminary and final major site plan and variance relief to Harvest Restaurant Group in 2015 as memorialized in the July 27, 2015 resolution?
That is in fact correct, Steve. Yes.
Okay, I thank you, and I'm sure the board appreciates getting that confirmation.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Durkin, if I didn't steal your entire direct, do you have anything further for Mr. Grabowski?
I don't. No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, then I believe, and that's your only witness, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we're at the point where board members, board professionals, and then the public can ask questions of Mr. Grabowski if they have any.
Let's start with the board professionals. Any questions of Mr. Grabowski?
I have no questions. I don't have any.
All right. Any members?
And Mr. Chairman, I certainly asked all mine. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you covered it very thoroughly. I was following you along in the page by page here. There's a lot of stipulations that were involved in this application, and Jay and I remember being on the board at the time when our venerable chairman, Mr. Wagenbach, was on the chair. So I think any other comments or questions from the board members with regard to this extension or approval?
I have one real quick, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, if I may, just with regards to affordable housing, I didn't hear a mention of any non-residential development fee.
That's a good point. Thank you. That Mr. Durkin or Mr. Grabowski, can the applicant stipulate to saying there is, if I understand correctly, such a fee as is required under our city ordinances?
I don't know if Mr. Grabowski is on mic, but I can stipulate that fee will be paid.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Delory, for bringing that up. I appreciate it. You have another question? Nope. All right.
That was it. Thank you.
No, good question. Thank you. Anyone, any other questions from the board? All right. So, Mr. Warner, is this something we put to a roll call vote here from the board members?
Well, first,
We need
questions or comments from the public would be appropriate, as it is a noticed hearing,
yes,
and then it would be a deliberations and vote.
I didn't see any members from the public here, but Chris, do you see any members from the public trying to comment on this particular item?
I don't see any hands raised now, but now would be the time to do so if any member of the public does want to ask any questions at this time.
Yes, or make any comments. We could cover them both in one with the chair's permission. And is there anything more we need explained, Chris, as to how to raise their hand on Zoom, or any phone numbers to call or anything?
Yeah, so if you're on the actual Zoom platform, then the controls appear at the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in on a phone, you would dial star 9 raises your hand, and once acknowledged, star 6 unmutes. So I do see one hand up now.
Do we want to admit that person? Is it
I
Danielle
believe
Lee?
it's Danielle Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Danielle Lee?
yeah.
Yes,
Okay, and if you can state your name and give us your address, please.
Yeah, Danielle Lee. I live at 17 Butler Parkway.
Okay.
Okay.
And did you have a question or did you want to make a comment?
I guess more of a question. Sorry, I didn't follow all the discussions. I know this has been going on for a while. Because I live across the street, I am naturally very concerned about the traffic because we're right next to the Washington School.
Well,
And
I-
if
I'm
this
sorry,
is-
Mrs. Lee, but I'm going with the chairman's
We have
permission.
a little confusion here. We're on an application for the Harvest Restaurant Group down on Morris Avenue over by the car wash. This is a different case than the Primrose School over there by the Volkswagen dealer. So it's a different case.
Oh, it is? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, that's all right. So I think we'll be somewhere ready for those comments around 9 o'clock tonight. So if you could dial back in, I think we'd like to hear your thoughts and comments at that point.
Yeah, so I'm just generally concerned with the traffic and whether there would be a traffic light installed in this junction because it takes me like 10 minutes to turn left.
Ms. Lee, that's a different case. We're not hearing that case now. We're hearing
Oh,
that
okay,
case
all right.
later. Okay,
All right,
so
is
we
it
need
9
to move
o'clock?
on to anyone
Yeah.
else.
If you could call back, we got 2 other cases we're working on tonight, and the Primrose case that you'd like to comment on should start about 9 or 9:15 tonight.
Okay, all right, gotcha. All right, thank
Okay.
you so much.
You bet. We look forward to seeing you then. All right, Mr. Nicole, anyone else? With a hand
I
raised
don't
on this
see other
case?
hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, so that covers questions and public comment, Mr. Chairman. So now we're at the point, unless Mr. Durkin has anything further, for the board to deliberate and vote. And the result of the vote would be, as I said, a reapproval, so that given that it's a final approval, the applicant would have 2 years from the memorialization of the resolution within which to commence construction. And they would be able to ask for extensions under our ordinance thereafter, but I suspect they'll be underway before then.
That's correct.
So any members of the board have any comments or questions with regard to the applicants, or we, at this point, any deliberations among the board members? All right. Hearing none, Mr. Nicole, I think that, I guess we need a motion to approve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Someone can give us a motion to approve in a second.
Motion to approve.
Second that.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, Vice Chairman Bergeroff,
Pardon me?
I'm calling your name for vote.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Councilmember Little,
Aye.
Ms. Bolson-Alvarez,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
Mr. Dory,
Yes.
Mr. Zucker,
Yes.
Varela,
Yes.
Yes.
and Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, no.
All right. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Durkin.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. God bless. Yep.
All right, so we're about to open up the public hearing for Beechwood at Summit LLC, which is a major site plan with C variances. We want to demolish an existing parking structure, I guess, to replace it with 70 parking spaces. And we have the attorney representing this applicant, Mr. Nicola. Anything you'd like to do as far as an introduction, Mr. Warner?
Oh, appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Again, had an opportunity to review the notice, found the content to be sufficient, found it to be timely served, April 13, certified mail, April 1, no fools. Sorry about that. Publication date, both at least 10 days prior to this evening, April 26. So the board does have jurisdiction to hear and decide the application, in my opinion. And I know we have Mr. Maynard here, and I believe he has at least 1 or 2 witnesses. I see Mr. Lanzafama, and I believe there's one other witness, Mr. Vasily Poulos, and I apologize for probably not getting that right, but maybe you can bring him in, Chris, and there he is. When we have everybody, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to swear everyone in.
Great.
I think the last gentleman hasn't quite come on screen yet,
Mr.
audio and video.
Vasilopoulos.
And Mr. Maynard and Mr. Lanzafama look like they're on mute. I don't know if they could unmute themselves, Chris, or you need to help.
He's got it.
They got it? Okay. And Mr. Vessel, I'm sorry, Vesselopoulos, can we see you via audio, please? Oops. One more. One more.
Looks like he's sharing his screen.
He does. Chris,
Yeah.
can you help us out there?
And that may be appropriate, given he's a presenter tonight, Mr. Maynard.
Pardon me?
Is Mr.
Yes, he's a witness, a brief one, but a witness, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just need to see him to swear him in if that's possible. It looks like he's off mute. Can you do the audio, sir?
Okay, I think.
Yep.
There we go.
There he is.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Trying to
if
figure this
all-
out. Sorry.
Okay, if everyone who's a witness will raise their right hand, including Mr. Burgess and Mr. Dower. Do all of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
do.
Thank you all. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all right. So, Mr. Maynard, why don't you begin your presentation? We look forward to it.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Roger Maynard, Linda Berry McCormick, Estabrook and Cooper in Summit and Westfield. We represent the applicant, Beechwood at Summit LLC. It's an application for 43 Woodland Avenue. It's block 1905, lot 2 in the MFT zone. I think everybody's probably somewhat familiar with this property. It's two large brick pre-war apartment buildings, really kind of buildings they don't build anymore. Very nice interiors, high ceilings. They are roughly across the street from Lincoln Hubbard School. It's a little bit of a strange property. It fronts on 3 different streets, Beechwood, Hawthorne, and also Woodland. But this application concerns just improvements to the site itself. There exist on the property, and I think, again, everybody probably knows what these are. There are 37 old garages on the property. When I first moved to Summit, I thought they were part of Flynn's garage, but they're actually the garages from this apartment complex. And they were built in the late 20s. They're I would charitably call them unattractive. They're substandard. They're great if you want to park your Model A, not so great if you want to park your Suburban. And they're a maintenance problem in terms of snow removal. They're just outmoded and insufficient for today's usages. So the proposal in a nutshell really is to tear those down and to build on that site and some adjacent part of the property, additional parking that would be built to modern standards with current drainage requirements satisfied, current lighting requirements, with landscaping and screening. And it would bring this complex, while it wouldn't create every parking space that would be required if we were to build these apartments today, it's going to bring this complex much closer into compliance with its own on-site parking requirements, make it function a lot better for all concerned. And really that is, other than that, there's a small storage shed to something like 10 by 12. Mike will cover that, but we're adding a small storage shed to the property because one of the garages is used for storage of maintenance equipment that has to go somewhere, and it's gasoline powered equipment like trimmers and mowers and so forth, but not leaf blowers during the summer. And that cannot be stored in the basement of the buildings, obviously, with the flammables. So we need a little storage space for that. But that is the application in a nutshell. There are, I think, a couple of variances here that Mike will cover in the course of his testimony. The property after the construction will still be over the ordinance requirements on building coverage, but it'll be much reduced. The only building coverage that's being added is that small shed, but a large amount's being removed with the garages going down. The proposed parking is technically in the front yard because we have a lot of front yards. There's really no place else to put it. We have three street frontages on this kind of strange property. We do not, because portions of the property where the parking is going abuts residential zones, we don't have the entire buffer width that's required under the ordinance, which is 20% of the lot depth, but we have proposed fencing and screening, which we, again, that will be covered in testimony, but feel is more than adequate to protect any residential neighbors from any headlight glare and so forth, impacts of the parking areas. There is no, I had noted that there was a variance because the shed was in the front yard, but that actually is not true, as Krista points out, because there is a small strip of land along Beechwood where that shed is that's owned by the property owner across the street. So that is not a variance. And there are a couple of existing nonconformities noted in the application which are not being changed, such as FAR and is the main one. So that being said, I think these are all obviously C variances. I think there can be cognizable under C1 or C2. I mean, the existing configuration of the property and the fact that it's a strange 3 frontage property, I think clearly is the kind of physical characteristic that would constitute a C1 hardship. And again, I think under C2, I think the fact that we are getting rid of some unsightly structures that are old and outmoded and really not safely functioning anymore, replacing them with parking that is up to modern standards, and bringing the place, the whole complex, much closer into compliance with its own on-site parking requirements is something that for which the benefits would much outweigh any perceived detriment. So I think there's also C2 basis here. That being said, I have 2 witnesses, very briefly, Chris Vasilopoulos, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, who is the managing agent for the owner, who just very briefly is going to give you a little bit of background on what the property currently constitutes. And then we have Mike Lazafama from Casey and Keller. I think everyone's familiar with Mike's testified many times before the Summit boards and others. He's both a licensed PE and a licensed professional planner, and he will testify both about the site engineering and in the course of his testimony, talk about the variances involved and the bases for those under the statute. So unless there are further questions of me, I would call Chris Vasilopoulos.
Well, sounds good. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Chris, so you've been sworn and you're under oath, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. So you are the managing agent for this property. Is that a good description?
I'm the property manager.
Yes. So you're fully familiar with the physical characteristics and the operational characteristics of the property?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So could you just briefly describe the property as it exists today, the number and type of apartments, and where the parking is and how it functions?
Sure. There's 2 buildings, 45 and 47 Woodland Avenue. Both consist of combined 56 apartments. 9 of them are large apartments, 3 bedrooms, 22 2 bedrooms, 21 1 bedrooms, and 4 efficiency. We have garages right now that you explained at the beginning, 37 garages for the 56 units.
Okay, and those garages are all used by tenants except for one that's used for storage by the owner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the storage unit garage is going to be replaced by the proposed shed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what's going to be stored in there?
We have snow blowers. We get a shipment of salt in the fall for the winter, which consists of probably 4 or 5 pallets of salt and calcium, and that takes up most of the space that we have there now.
So these are items for which there's no storage within the existing buildings.
You can't put the snow blowers in the basement of the buildings because of the gasoline required, and the salt to put it inside the building. It's 5 or 6, 4 or 5, sometimes 6 pallets of salt, which are 50 bags per pallet. It's a lot of salt to be bringing in and out during the snowstorms and the fall season.
Okay. So what was the genesis for proposing to tear down the garage and build additional parking? Was there a perceived need for additional parking on the site?
Well, there's a need for parking. We have a lot of the residents try to get parking, and the way the parking, overnight parking and the day parking, they would have to move their cars from one lot to the other. The biggest problem that we're having now is all the cars that try to fit into these garages. The residents have to go out to their sunroof to get out of their vehicles. It's very tight. I mean, it's basically for very compact cars, and a lot of residents are having a problem getting in and out with the modern day cars.
So this does not function well or safely as it currently exists?
It doesn't. There's a lot of structural, there's cracks in the walls. The garage doors are not opening up correctly. They're very old garages.
Okay. And I noticed there was a question in the city staff comments about controlling parking going forward, how you regulate people not associated with the apartments parking in your property. How are you going to do that?
Well, we would put up the signs on the property stating that it's parking for Beechwood apartment residents only. And we would also have a tow company that would be a local tow company that would tow vehicles that are parked there without a parking permit.
Okay, so you would have ID permits or stickers of some kind for residents?
That's correct. The residents will be given a parking permit to place on their windows.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's really all I have for Mr. Vasilopoulos.
Okay. Any members of the board or have questions of this witness?
Just real quick, I see that are you still on Krista Anderson's notes, keeping recycling and trash material in some kind of room in the facility? How is that being handled?
The trash is by residents bring the trash and the recyclables to the basement. The on-site superintendent, he takes those, puts them in garbage bags and places them outside of the building in a closed shed. And then the recyclables are put out on the proper days for pickup for the recyclables. The trash is picked up by it's put in the shed and picked up on a day pick.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
During construction, when you're tearing down these garages and repaving, I suppose, where are all the residents parking? Are they going to be on the street overnight parking? How do you propose that? Because that may cause.
I actually can answer that. Mr. Lanzafama has
school drop off. So, I'm just
Mr.
concerned about
Mr.
that.
Lanzafama has a phasing plan, which he'll present.
Okay.
So we will build this in phases so we can preserve on-site parking, at least at the present, something approaching the present levels until it's done.
And sorry.
So Mike can cover that in his testimony.
It's a good question.
It is.
Okay. And as far as traffic control with construction vehicles and that sort of things going on during school hours?
Well, I think, again, that's probably a better question for the engineer.
Okay.
But the construction is not on the school side of the property. So it's really over on sort of the Beechwood Euclid area. But
Okay.
Mike can do that because obviously when we have any impact from construction vehicles, we have to coordinate with the Summit Police Department for that.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Zucker.
do you have a specific clear sense of the unmet need from the residents, from a survey of residents, as to how much parking exactly you're missing, or how much is not being able to be accommodated for them on property?
Chris, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, we're 19 spaces short. If you just do the math between the apartment units and the garages, 20 spaces, I'm sorry, 20 spaces short. We also have two of the residents that are elderly and they can't, they wanted a handicap spot, and we really don't have anything to handicap spot, a spot that's closer to the door, and we really don't have anything that's close to the door because they have to walk up the hill to the garages. So this will make it more convenient for them to get in and out of the building.
No, I understand that, of course. I just meant, so in addition to the 19 that would equivalent, be the equivalent to the number of units in the building, do you have a sense that you need more than that? And have you surveyed the residents? How many people have two cars, and why is 70 the magic number?
I think 70 is the number that we came to as far as the ability to get those spaces on the property. We would love to have more, but I think that would require a lot, that would require a lot more land to be used, and I don't think that's allowed, so.
No, I understand that you would want more, of course. I'm just saying,
And,
how do you know you need 70?
Most of the residents have two vehicles. I mean, we want to just basically accommodate, them with at least one vehicle, and then they can go to the parking department to get a permit for overnight parking at one of the lots.
All right, so you do believe most residents have two vehicles?
Yes, most of the residents do have two vehicles.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yes, Councilperson Little.
Thank you, President. I had a question about the existing gravel driveway that exits onto Hawthorne Place. I don't see that on the new plans. Is that going to be eliminated? It says there's an old access onto the Hawthorne Place side. Is that going to be eliminated under the new plans? Krista Anderson has that in her notes.
Is that for me? Yes, that will be. That's one of the sides that will be eliminated. I think the only thing that will be kept there is for just a driveway just for emergency repairs to the boiler system, unloading things for the building, no tenant parking.
Okay, so the driveway access itself will remain. It won't be covered up and landscaped. It will remain as a driveway then onto Hawthorne. But
Yes,
not.
I think Mike will cover
entering the
that.
parking lot.
Mike can cover that in his testimony, but I believe that that's access for maintenance. But there's some parking there now, which we will eliminate.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So we'll get some more information from Mr. Lonzafama. Any other questions from this witness? Yes, Mr. Fiore.
Are we going to have a visual of this that we can see? And
Mike has all the exhibits.
he's going to show that? Okay.
Yes. Yep. All right. Mr. Maynard, if you're ready to move on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think Board Member Balsan Alvarez has a
Oh,
question.
sorry, I didn't see that. Pardon me, Jennifer.
That's okay. I just had a question regarding the residents. I happened to walk the property today, and a couple of residents noticed me walking in the garage area, and so they asked me why I was doing that, and so I had to tell them I was on the planning board, and they did share with me that they like, even though the garages are really small and not ideal, they really prefer having garages versus just open spaces with no walls or roof. And I just wondered what feedback you had gotten from the residents regarding that.
A lot of the residents that have garage spaces and they can fit in the garages would love to have covered garage space, but the residents that live there and have to go from one parking lot to the other and don't have a parking space, they'll be happy with anything just to be able to get their vehicles on closer to the property and be able to go to their apartment, especially in the winter days.
Right. Everybody I bumped into said they had a waiting list, and that, you know, the new people would either get a permit at K-Lot for $75 a quarter, and then as they got seniority, they would get a parking space that had a garage. And that, again, they just kept telling me how they love the having the garage versus just open. And I guess I want to get it on the record.
Sounds like you got competing interests between those who have and those who have not.
Yeah.
Any other
You
questions?
also mentioned, and I'm not sure if this is another question for you, that there's some on-site parking that's not in the garages. There are 2 spots on the Hawthorne side, and that there a line of spots along the fire lane that people are parking in. Are those also spots that we should be adding to the 37 currently, just the existing conditions?
Yeah, I think, again, Mike is probably the better person to go through everything that's on the site, and he can cover those spaces as well, because some of those are being eliminated.
Right, but what's the existing condition? How many?
We do have right now. We do have the superintendent has 2 vehicles. He's parked on the side of building 45 in the backside, and there's 3 or 4 other residents that we gave permission to park, but those will be limited. And I guess Mike will be able to explain that. The city doesn't want them there. We have them there now until, hopefully we get the approval to add the parking spaces, but those will be eliminated.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, witness? And maybe Mr. Maynard, you can move on to your second
I'm
witness.
sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I did have one, and I don't know if the other board professionals have any.
Sure.
And mine, I think, is a simple one. If the witness can give us an address, for the record, it's required. Business address is fine.
Business address is 315 West Broadway, New York, 10013.
And,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Burgess,
I'll defer to the other board professionals.
Yeah, Mr. Burgess or Mr. Dwar have any questions of Mr. Vasopoulos?
I have no questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have no questions. I think whatever I have will be safe for Mr. Alonso Fama.
Okay, all right. I think we're ready to move on.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we'll call Mr. Lanzafama to the stand, please.
And virtual stand. Mr. Chairman, I take it then you're going to have the public question both witnesses at once when the second witness is done?
I think that's most efficient, yeah.
That's no disagreement. Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Lanzafama, you remain under oath, as you know, I'm sure.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard can conduct your direct.
I guess technically, do we have to qualify Mr. Lanzafama after all these years?
I suspect
just accept
does your license remain in good standing, Mr. Lanzafama, as a professional engineer and a professional planner?
That's correct.
I suspect that's all you're going to need, Mr. Chairman, but I'll defer to you.
If anyone of the members of the board have any questions of Mr. Lanzafama? I know he's appeared before the board a number of times. All right, Mr. Maynard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Lanzafama, just to confirm, you are licensed PE and licensed planner with Casey and Keller, correct?
That's correct. Our offices are located at 258 Main Street, Millburn, New Jersey.
Okay, and you are the person who supervised the preparation of the plans before the board, and you're fully familiar with them and with the site and surrounding area?
That's correct, Mr. Maynard.
And you're also familiar with the zoning ordinance and zone plan and master plan of the city of Summit?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Then I would just ask you to walk the board through the plans, and as we get to segments of the plans where there are the variances are implicated, if you can cover those in the course of your presentation.
Sure. I can share my screen, I assume. Okay.
We do screen sharing. Is that the best way for him to do it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll take care of it. I got it.
Great.
What the exhibit I have up at the moment is an aerial imagery of the site. This is taken from Near Maps prepared by my office. It's basically a blow up of the aerial image that you see on the cover sheet of the plans that were submitted. I don't know if we want to mark this as an exhibit A1.
Why don't we mark it as exhibit A1 since it is a blow up? And can you give me the last revised date on the plans as well while you have it?
Well, the photograph was taken from 2018 aerial image.
Right. Okay. Well, when we get to the plans, just give us the last revised date at that point. But this will be exhibit A1 for the record.
Yeah, this gives you a sense of where we are within the community and the irregular configuration of the property. The area outlined in yellow on this exhibit marked PQ is the property in question. It is tax lot 2 in block 1905. It's, as you can see, a very irregularly shaped parcel of land and is not only a corner lot fronting on Woodland and Hawthorne Place, it is also a through lot with frontages on Maple Street and the terminus of Euclid Avenue, basically surrounding the site completely with front yards. So when we get to the issue of front yard parking, this is the reason why. The property is approximately 2.31 acres in size. You can see the location of the two existing multifamily dwellings. The property is located in the MFT multifamily tower zone. Directly across Woodland Avenue is the Lincoln Hubbard School. Along Hawthorne, there's an office and residential properties in the R6 zone. Coming around to the east, north is at the top. To the east are newly constructed multifamily dwellings on lot 7.01. And as we come south, we have the municipal lot as well as the Calvary Episcopal Church. To our south. To our southeast is the parking field for some additional commercial uses. The overall site itself, let's go over to the demolition plan. And what I'd like to do in utilizing the demolition plan to kind of explain the approach here, we took the liberty of creating from that exhibit a phasing plan that would further make and allow how this is actually going to be executed.
Before you
this is-
proceed, Mr. Lenzapama, yeah, Exhibit A, this is marked, this is from the last revised plans, but it's marked up, so let's go to
Correct. So
Exhibit
this would
A2.
be A2. It's entitled a phasing plan, and it actually has today's date on it, April 26, 2021, because
Thank
we
you.
prepared that today in response to the memorandum that questioned how exactly we were going to execute the installation of the 70 parking spots. What we're proposing to do is basically fence off the areas for the north and south parking lot. In the south parking lot, we would be able to construct 16 parking spaces while still leaving the 37 garage spaces intact. On the north side of the driveway, we can construct 12 parking spaces, put up construction fencing so that those areas could be isolated. The initial phase would allow for the installation of our proposed drainage system and also the modifications to the entry drive and the exit drive, which would allow for 6 additional parking spaces. Also, the area of the driveway off of Hawthorne that's currently used for access to the boiler is also being used by some tenants temporarily. We would continue to utilize the gravel area. And this would give us the ability to park approximately 38 spaces while the garages are still intact. Once these areas are completed, we would then begin the demolition of the horseshoe-shaped garage spaces and then complete the construction of the northern parking lot and allowing us to execute the plan in its entirety. So this really does allow us to address that issue during construction of how we're going to maintain parking for the residents that do currently park at the site. So we can address that issue, I think, relatively easily by utilizing this phasing method, if you will. As pointed out, the project currently has 56 apartments, and under the residential site improvement standards would require 108 parking spaces based upon the breakdown of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. The property itself is not impacted by any wetlands or floodplain. However, there is some steep slopes that exist along Hawthorne, a little bit along the Woodland frontage, and a very small pocket in the southern end of the site. The site itself, this would be a color rendering of the site plan. So we would mark this as A3. And this gives you a better understanding of exactly where the improvements would take place, excuse me, and the relationship to the surrounding property. Woodland Avenue is to my left. Hawthorne Place is at the top of the sheet. The Maple Street and Euclid are to the right. And as you can see, the area where the northern parking field would be constructed is primarily where the garages exist. Those existing garages were located only 3 feet off of that eastern boundary line and only 3 feet off the northern boundary line adjacent to tax lot 3 and tax lot 701. Under the ordinance, parking such as this is not to be located in the front yard. Therefore, we are asking for a variance. And as you can see, Euclid and Maple Street are our front yard. So these parking spaces are primarily located within the front yard. As Mr. Maynard pointed out, that due to the irregular configuration of the property, the fact that we have frontages on 3 of our 4 sides, I believe justifies the variance under the C1 criteria, that there's a hardship related to the location of the parking on the property. The existing structures locate and occupy the western portion of the site, leaving only this eastern portion available for installation of parking. Under the C2 criteria, you could also argue the benefit outweighs the detriment, that the advantage of having additional on-site parking outweighs any detriment associated with the grant of that variance. In addition to the variance for the front yard parking, there is also variances required for the buffer setback to the adjoining residential properties to the north and to the east. Under the ordinance, we are required, excuse me, to have technically 20% of the lot depth as the required buffer. As you can see, the depth of the lot from Hawthorne Place to the rear is in excess of 174 feet. It's nearly 200 feet. So the required setback along the northern edge technically would be 40 feet. And the depth of the lot from Woodland Avenue back, which would be the 20% that would be required for lot 7.01 as a setback, is in excess of 425 feet. So you're looking at even a greater buffer requirement in that area. We are proposing a 12-foot setback on that eastern boundary and a 10-foot setback at the closest point on the northerly property line. As you can see from this exhibit, there's an existing frame shed that abuts the property. It's basically right on the property line. In that area, there is some garden area that exists, or open area that exists. The house is located further to the east on that lot. You can see the existing multifamily structure on 701 is probably located an additional 20 to 25 feet from the property line. So to grant that variance, in my mind, again, we're dealing with the C1 criteria because of the location of the existing buildings located on this irregularly shaped property. It causes certain practical difficulties in strict compliance with the ordinance as it exists. The improvement here is that we're eliminating and demolishing those existing structures, which are only 3 feet from the property line, increasing the setback of the parking area from that boundary line, and enhancing that area significantly with not only fencing, but new vegetation that would allow us to screen and buffer those adjoining properties as the ordinance intended. We have a series of evergreens proposed along that eastern property line, as well as a board-on-board 6-foot high fence to further screen that area. You can see that this is Exhibit A4, which we'll mark as A4. This is a colorized version of the landscape plan. And this should have, let's see, what's the revision date on this? This has a latest revision date of 11/18/2020. And this was prepared by our landscape architect, Brian Conway, from my office. And what you can see in this image is how we're proposing to provide a evergreen screen that is continuous along that area, as well as fencing that will be proposed. We will continue this fence along that eastern boundary. I did have a conversation with the owner of this property, and we've agreed to put house side shields on the lights to reduce any glare that might be coming from those light fixtures onto the adjoining property. And we will be extending the fence down along that eastern property line to further buffer and screen that property. As you can see from this exhibit, we'll be introducing a number of shade trees into the parking area, as well as buffering trees and flowering trees along the northern section. We are in receipt of Mr. Linson's memorandum and agree that we would provide some additional plantings in the southeast portion of the lot, as you can see from this exhibit. We would beef that area up. We do have a hedge along that area, perhaps some additional evergreens as well. There is tax lot 10 that exists. It's a 15-foot wide by 100-foot long parcel that's actually owned by the office building on the far side of Maple Street. That is their property. There's no intention to acquire that parcel. As a matter of fact, when we initially submitted the plan, we thought we owned it. So we had to revise the plan and eliminate it from the overall scheme. You can see from the exhibit that we're proposing the storage shed in the southern end of the site. There's a small boulder wall that we're proposing, and that's so that we can preserve some of the existing trees along that area, as well as minimize any disturbance to steep slopes. Disturbance in this corner, the southwest corner of the southern parking lot, will disturb approximately 200 square feet of steep slopes that exist on the site. That's well under the 1,000 square feet that is normally permissible under the ordinance. There is an existing sidewalk that does exist. A concrete sidewalk already exists from the municipal lot, and it moves north. And there's an existing sidewalk that terminates at our property line. We will be extending that. I believe your planner or engineer's report had wanted us to extend the sidewalk into our site, provide a crosswalk at this intersection, come through the large island, and then intersect with the sidewalk we have prepared to basically feed people from that northern parking lot onto that sidewalk and to the main entrances of the building. We will modify the plan to comply with that request. Circulation on the site, let me just jump back to the site plan. And you can see that the traffic pattern from Maple Street to Woodland is a one-way traffic pattern exiting out onto Woodland Avenue. There is a speed bump that exists out towards the end. There is a proposal to put a stop bar and stop sign at that exit driveway. There'll be 3 spaces, standard spaces proposed immediately adjacent to the building, and 3 handicap spaces. There's no handicap accessibility in the building. These buildings are very, very old and they're not handicap accessible. However, we did want to provide ambulatory spaces for those that can walk and get into the property and get them some handicap spaces that are in close proximity to the entrance, as the manager of the facility spoke about. Traffic on the northern parking lot is a typical two-way traffic pattern. Vehicles coming out of the southern parking lot will not be able to make this right-hand turn, and that is appropriately signed. They have two options. They can make a left and go out to Woodland, or they can proceed straight across, make this clockwise movement, come out to the stop bar at this end on the eastern end of the parking lot, and they could proceed either straight on Maple Street or make the left-hand turn onto Euclid. So the traffic patterns flow very, very well. We looked at emergency vehicles coming into the site. They can easily access the site. The one-way driveway being 15 feet is adequate for that purpose. As to the existing driveway off of Hawthorne Place, the proposal is to eliminate the gravel area that's immediately to the east of it. We would maintain the driveway and the curb cut. As Chris pointed out, this is where the boiler is, so we need to be able to get trucks to that area to service the boiler and some basement activities. The area on the southern side, we're proposing to shift that driveway so that it is compliant and 2 foot off the property line. Currently, it meanders along the property line and in places actually encroaches onto the church property. So we're going to cut that back, and we're also going to sign this so that we eliminate anybody parking along that area. This would be access for the refuse trucks to pick up the refuse that might be stored in that area, and possibly a parking spot or two for the superintendent. As you can see, we are adding additional impervious area, even though we're reducing the building coverage substantially. The net result is about 6,900 square feet of new impervious area. We're disturbing less than 1 acre of area, and we're adding less than 1/4 acre of new impervious. So under the stormwater management regulations, we're considered a minor project. But to manage the stormwater, what we're proposing to do is install a 60-inch diameter storage pipe that would pick up runoff from not only the northern parking area and the southern parking area, but from portions of the driveway. And that would mitigate any increase in runoff rates. We looked at 2 specific areas of potential impact. One is a connection to the existing stormwater system in Hawthorne Place, as well as sheet flow out to Woodland Avenue. All of the stormwater flows in a westerly direction, so there's no real change in the drainage pattern. But with the use of our stormwater management facility, the runoff to the Hawthorne Place stormwater collection system for the 2, 10, and 100-year storm would all be reduced to levels that are less than they currently exist. The same holds true for the sheet flow that goes out towards Woodland Avenue. Again, for the 2, 10, and 100-year storms, you're seeing reductions in each of those categories. We're required to secure Union County Soil Conservation Service approval, Somerset Union Soil Conservation Service approval during construction, to monitor the construction of the project. And we also will secure County Planning Board approval for this project. We are in receipt of a number of memorandum from the board's professionals and the town. We have no problem in complying with the engineering memo and the planning memo, as those requests in every instance seem reasonable. In the engineer's memo, he requested the addition of a few more catch basins within the parking area. We'll be happy to do that. The lighting levels, the lights that we have chosen are consistent with the CB, I think it's the CB district. They're no more than 15 feet high. The light fixtures are LED fixtures. The source of the light is recessed up into the canopy of the light. Let me just switch over to the lighting plan so you can see that. Let me get over there. And there's no modification to this plan. This is the detail for the light fixture. From the surface to the light source is no more than 15 feet. We have two different light types, a type A and a type B. Type A would be 15 feet. Type B would be about 13 feet in mounting height. You can see the location of lights, two along the western, one along the north, one in the east. You can see that the lighting levels just beyond the property line are 0 along the east and along the north. There was a comment in the planner's memo as to the lighting levels on the adjoining lot 10 and into the street. They are above the 0.1. We can put a house side shield. It's basically what you do is you black out one portion of the light source. So we can do that on the back side of this light and reduce these lighting levels substantially. To execute this plan, we're going to be removing approximately 27 existing trees. We've had our landscape architect go out to the site and evaluate those trees. Most of the trees obviously are coming down due to the construction activity, but there are a few trees we decided to take down because they're in decline, and those are all depicted on the demolition plan that was part of the submission. Let me just check my notes. I believe I've covered everything.
Can you just describe the shed, Mike? I think, just so we know the size of it. And
yeah, the shed, I believe, is 10 by 18, I believe, is the size of the shed. It's no more than 12 feet high, so it's compliant with the accessory structure limitations set forth in the ordinance, which I believe is no more than 576 square feet, I think, is the limitation on accessory structures. So as I said earlier on in my testimony, I believe the variances could be granted without substantial detriment to the public good or the intent and purpose of your zone plan. I think this plan, even though we do not have sufficient parking under the residential site improvement standards, it brings us leaps and bounds closer to compliance. 108 being required, we're going from 37 to 40 spaces, depending on whether you include the illegally parked cars, to 70 spaces, all legally parked, and in an area that's well controlled. Where it's going to be appropriately signed. As Chris pointed out, the tenants are going to each have a marking on their car so that the towing service would know that they do belong in this lot. Any cars that are not from the buildings would be towed at the owner's expense. And we would also appropriately sign it indicating that it's parking only for the tenants. And we would also provide some signage at the entrance off of Euclid that this is not a through street, so we don't get cut through traffic for people who want to just sneak out to Woodland Avenue real quick. So I believe I've covered everything. I'm sure I may have overlooked something, and I'll be happy to answer questions on the items I missed.
Just one further question from me, Mike. Would you say that the purposes of zoning would be advanced by construction of this plan in terms of improvements to drainage, landscaping, aesthetics, and of course, the addition of more on-site parking?
Right, and that's what I alluded to at the end of my testimony, was that the benefits here certainly outweigh any detriments. I think it brings us closer to compliance, to modern day standards. People who are wishing to rent these apartments in the future will have more parking available to them. They won't have to go off site. You won't have additional traffic of people driving back and forth from the remote lots to this lot. So you have reductions in on-street traffic potentially as a result of this construction.
Okay, then I have nothing further for Mr. Lanzafama. Thank you.
Mr. Maynard, just to be clear, Mr. Lanzafama was testifying as a planner and an engineer, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, sure. All right, any members of the board have questions of either of these two witnesses? Yes, Councilperson Little.
Thank you. I was hoping that we could go back to the landscape exhibit really quickly. I just had a couple questions. There's a house on Shady Side right now on Hawthorne that backs up to the garage. So I'm wondering if I wanted to ask about the screening that's going to exist between that house and the new parking lot.
So you're talking about the house on tax lot 3?
I believe so.
Right up here. You can see it on the exhibit. There's an existing garage here.
Mr. Lanzapama, I don't know if we can all see the
Oh,
exhibit.
I'm sorry.
Did you want to share the screen? Okay.
There we go.
I forgot to hit share.
Oh, no problem.
I was seeing it perfectly well.
Yes, the garage is shown on your exhibit, but there's a house.
The house is approximately here.
Yeah.
You might see it a little better on the aerial. But yes, you can see that what we're doing here is providing a 6-foot-high board-on-board fence. And on my testimony, we're going to amend the plan to further that fence to bring it down in a southerly direction towards Euclid.
Okay, great.
Then we're going to provide some evergreen plantings in that area. These are, I believe these are the green giant arborvitae. And then we're providing some, I think some oaks and some, I think they're ginkgos is what we were providing in this area. You're having a mixture of evergreens. We have a boxwood hedge. I believe one of the review memos talked about maybe a substitute for the boxwood. We'll sit with John Linson and look at different options, but the intention is to buffer that out to the greatest extent possible.
And the fence will exist, so there's a barrier between the parking lot and that property as well, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to verify that.
Thanks, Councilmember Little. Other members of the board have questions of either of these two witnesses?
Bill, I have one question, Mrs. Dragon. We can't see.
Yeah, Mr. Brinkroff, please.
Thank you. One of our professionals, I think it was Krista, asked about electric vehicle charging stations. Not required, of course, under these circumstances, but it's something we are encouraging. Mr. Lanzafama, thank you for the information you provided. Could you address that question? Did you give that consideration in your planning?
We did not consider that in the initial design. That came up later on. I guess I would have to defer to the property manager and see if he was willing to install a few charging stations on site. I know Krista mentioned something about 7%.
That's right.
So what is that?
That's what our DRL currently requires, 7%.
So like
of
4 or 5
projects of a certain size.
Yeah.
So, Roger.
Yeah, Chris, can you come back on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we did discuss this, and I mean, we would be willing to, but I don't know if we could do as many, just because there's no need for them at this time. But we will be willing to do the wiring for those electric charge stations.
So the requirement of 7%, it would be 5 charging stations, Chris. So are you indicating that you would put some in and then set up the wiring if additional charging stations would be needed?
That's correct.
Okay. So how many would you be
So
willing?
how
to
many?
put?
Yeah. Thank you.
I guess we can. I have no knowledge on the.
Well,
wiring
you
and-
can purchase units that it's a single unit that has the ability to charge 2 cars. So we could start with that and then provide wiring for additional charging stations as the demand increases.
Exactly, and we would be willing to do that.
Good, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I think you'll find over time that you'll end up doing more than the 7%, would be my guess. Other members of the board have any questions for these 2 witnesses?
Bill, I have a quick
yeah.
question. I just
Sure.
want to follow up on Ellen's question earlier. With regards to the construction, how are the trucks going to go in and out of the site so that they avoid Lincoln Hubbard and the school kids?
Yeah, they would have to be restricted from coming from the forest up Maple Street into the site. Would be the contractor would have to be educated that would be his only way in and out of the site. Because it brings
Well,
you
I
down.
think you need to stipulate to that.
Well, we would, but I'm saying whenever we engage a contractor in our normally there's a pre-construction meeting that we would have with the contractor. We would make sure that he knows that there will be no truck traffic on Woodland Avenue, that he would be restricted to Maple and come into the site from the forest to Maple. And that works
Okay.
well because I believe there's a traffic light at Maple and the forest, so that probably helps
Yeah.
him get in and out.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Andy. Mr. Fury.
So to that point, there are also the kids coming back and forth in the morning and after school from Lincoln as well. So I'm just thinking of ways to mitigate any potential issues there with the kids cutting across or walking on those streets. I mean, there definitely has to be an awareness of that, obviously.
Right. We don't expect, it's not like we're building a building here where you would tend to have a lot more in and out traffic. You're going to have 2 periods of truck traffic that I would be concerned with. One is the initial excavation to prep the site for the parking lots. And then the second would be the demolition of the garages and the removal of that debris. So perhaps during those 2 events, we can try and work the truck traffic so it doesn't occur at the morning where the children are going to school and at 3 o'clock when they're on their way home.
That's great. And what I'd also ask, I mean, would you guys be willing to a stipulation that the actual demolition of the garages does not occur, within a buffer of the kids going to school or leaving school? Again, just from a safety perspective, I don't know. I mean, these were built in 29, I think you said. I mean, I don't think they have asbestos, but it's not the best thing for those kids to be breathing whatever's coming out of them when they're being knocked
Yeah,
down.
well, they're required to hose it down to keep the dust down. That's required.
I think Mr.
Well,
Perrella was
the
gonna
other
talk
thing.
about, yeah, go ahead, Andy. I know what I think. I know
No,
what you're
sorry, Bill. I was just
No,
gonna
no,
say,
I
I mean,
think.
the other
go ahead,
thing
please. Yeah, go ahead.
we've asked and done before is, I think, on sites where obviously they were near a lot of residents and particularly schools, is when you have the trucks coming in and out of the sites, that you have a flag person. So that there's somebody standing in the street near the truck and watching that there are kids. It doesn't have to be 24 hours, but every time a truck is coming in, especially in the morning and the afternoon when the kids are leaving, because none of them are paying attention. They're all on their phones.
I got you. Yeah, that's fair. We can certainly do that.
Are you guys also amenable?
Thank you.
To an agreement for the demolition not to occur in the mornings and the afternoons when the kids leave school or come to school?
Just during the, for say, a 1 hour period in the morning and 1 hour period.
I would say with a half-hour buffer on either side. Again, so, these aren't being knocked down as kids are walking by and the dust is, coming onto them. I mean, I've seen that happen, and it's, I think it can be avoided. I don't think it's really a hardship to do.
I don't think the demolition is going to be huge, so I think that's a reasonable request. I'm sure we can accommodate that.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Yes, thanks. Yes, Ellen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second part of my question, which I don't think anyone addressed, was where are the residents parking during the demolition and the construction? Are they going to be parking on Woodland? Parking in downtown Summit can be difficult at times, to say the least. So I'm just wondering where all of these residents are going to be parked during the day. Where are they parking in the evenings?
I'm going to go back to share my screen again. And I will show you the exhibit. Where did that go? The phasing exhibit we prepared.
Right.
So what happens?
There's not going to be enough room for everybody to park. Correct?
Well, yes, there will be.
Okay.
So the garages stay in place. So people will be able to come in off of Maple and Euclid, pull into this area, park, and walk up to either building. So you have 37 parking spaces here. We're going to hold on to these illegally parked 2 or 3 spaces here temporarily, and temporarily to a few spaces along the south side. That'll give us the ability to park 40 people on site while we're building the southern parking field, a portion of the northern parking field, and the 6 spaces along the front of the building. That initial phase 1 would provide us with parking for 16 cars in the south lot, 6 cars along the building, that's 22, and 12 along in the portion of the north lot that does get constructed. So that's about 34. And then we would keep the 3 spots here, so that's 37, and keep the few spots here. So it's 37, 38, 40 spots that would be people would be able to park in. So once that work is complete, we would then begin to demolish the garages and then finish off the rest of the parking lot.
Okay, so you're not displacing any current residents who have parking spots?
That's correct.
Okay.
Good question. Other members of the board with a question for these witnesses? I thought I saw another hand somewhere. Oh, yes, Ms. Bolson-Alvarez, thank you.
Hi. I have a question. The Historic Preservation Commission mentioned that they felt that the destruction of so much green space was counter to the master plan. And I think in their previous comments, when this was scheduled a long time ago, they were talking about how it was a garden apartment. And then because of the density of the height of the apartments, they had a lot of green around them. So I'm kind of backing up to see if we could discuss, perhaps Mr. Lastafama could put up his handy site map again.
Which one would you like?
A2 or A3, whatever one you like.
Okay, let's go to the site plan. Let's share.
So the existing 37 residential spaces, and that's the way it was built way back when, which we all agree was a long time ago. And they're skinny, and it's you've testified that it's not in good condition. I understand that the existing garage, it's only 37 spaces for the residents. So I was wondering if you did leave the green space of the southern parking lot, you're calling the 16 spaces down below by the shed, the southern parking lot, if you were to eliminate that and leave the green space at least there between the large swaths of parking lot of K-Lot and of the office building next to it, it would give a little green buffer and retain some of that feeling of the garden apartment that it originally had. And you would still be able to get 56 spaces if you just tweak this parking lot and get 2 more, which I just scribbled on the drawing. You can definitely do that. And that way you would have a big chunk of green retained. So it's just something I'm throwing out there. Want to know if you thought about it. You know, if there's any support for that on the board. I think it's a lot of parking lots in this neighborhood. And it is somewhat counter to the master plan. I think the HPC had a good point.
Well, it may be counter to the idea or the notion of trying to preserve some lawn panels that currently exist on the site. But I think when you put it into the larger context of people having to remote park and constantly shuttle their vehicles back and forth, and the pollutants that causes, and the additional traffic on the streets that could potentially cause, I think in the long run, I think this makes more sense from an environmental perspective, and the fact that we are still preserving a significant amount of landscape area. You can see the green space. We're well in compliance with the overall lot coverage. So I would prefer that the board allow us to proceed as we are proposing, because you're looking at achieving about, it's not even 1.5 cars per apartment. And you do have some 3-bedroom apartments in here. And many tenants will have 2 cars, maybe not all of them, but many will. And it just, in my mind, trying to get as close to the required number of parking spaces under RSIS, I think we did a good balancing act between the two.
Well, I appreciate that. I understand. I do think we're going towards a model of fewer, spaces per unit in the future. I also think that shared parking scenario, things we're going to try and start doing in the future. I mean, we have the empty church lot there every day except Sunday, and then the K lot is $75 a quarter. And today when I was there at late afternoon, it was empty. But we're in unusual times at the moment. So I'm just trying to weigh, you're going from 37 residential, perhaps you could go to 56, or even, you could get a few more, especially along the fire lane. There are like 5 or 6 cars that are parked along.
I see what you're saying.
South of the building, and you could get, more spots on here, and still have a green buffer between all that pavement. That's just a thought. I throw it out there.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's an interesting thought. Thanks for bringing that up. I mean, it's, Mr. Formicelli.
Yeah, just I apologize if I may have missed this earlier, but where do the overflow or excess parking demand from the tenants go to today? Do they park in another lot nearby that we'll end up drawing from if they go here once this might be built?
They park in remote lots, is my understanding, that the people that don't have access to the garages or to one of the illegally parked spots, they purchase parking passes at municipal lots nearby.
Okay. The only reason I ask is, I mean, I assume this isn't going to change the level of car ownership of the tenants. It's just going to change where they keep them.
Exactly.
And so what ends up being empty, or where does the city lose revenue from when these come into play?
Well, I think that's a great point. I mean, and the other fact is, when we're looking at this being, in the future, 15 to 20 years from now, you're not going to have each resident wanting 2 cars. I mean, the whole dynamic of this, of society is changing with the amount of cars that's being reduced, you know, given multiple variables. So I personally would like to see, I mean, what Jennifer said is interesting to me. I mean, I'd like to see an alternate plan, you know, going along those lines that we could review both.
Well, it's not going to be a significant difference in the plan if, you know, if you want to eliminate this lot, perhaps one of the things that we often do as engineers is we'll bank a lot. We'll get approval for a parking field and not construct it, and just kind of preserve that area in the future, that if there becomes a huge demand for parking on that site, then we would install it. And the determining factor is it's self-policing, in as much as if tenants are screaming at us that we need to park on site, I don't want to go off site, or our rentals start to drop because people have nowhere to park and they refuse to rent in this building, then we could go in and put in that additional parking. This is something we've done on a number of occasions in other locations and other projects.
So Steve, how would that work as a is that a stipulation that then they would have to come before the board again, or how would that be governed?
Well, it can work in different ways. We haven't quite yet gotten to whether it's stipulated to or not, but if the applicant is considering stipulating some or all of the southern lot to be banked parking, then we can discuss the trigger, if it would require board approval or it would be self-triggering. Short answer is it's how they propose it, if they propose it, or how we impose it if they don't propose it, if we wish to impose it.
Now, as I understand, the lot to our south is it's limited. You can't park overnight in that lot, correct? Is that something the city is willing to entertain, where they would allow parking overnight in that lot? Then perhaps we can eliminate those 16 spaces south of.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that pre-pandemic, these lots were full all day, all the time, or virtually full. So the city was not a big fan of having our tenants park in the city lot, because those were necessary for downtown employees and commuters. Last year, of course, you drive around and all the lots are empty and you think, boy, why can't we use it? But who knows where we're going in the next year or two, whether these lots are going to be, you know, there may be more demand. There may be more people working in places like Summit and fewer getting on the train. You know, if I could predict the future, I probably wouldn't be a lawyer. So I think that, you know, in the recent past, the city has, you know, made some accommodations for overnight parking, but those people have to get out of those lots quite early in the morning to allow for commuters and employees with the proper IDs to park in them. So, you know, I'm not sure that's a practical approach, you know.
Mr. Lonzafama, I was wondering if you've given some consideration perhaps to pervious pavement. I know that we have some different thoughts about that in our engineering department, and Mr. Dorr might weigh in on that, but any thoughts along those lines?
Yeah, with the new stormwater management regs, I've attended several seminars on a variety of porous pavements. The problem is the maintenance responsibilities and specialized equipment that you need to keep it functioning are just, in my mind, they're not cost effective. We are providing stormwater management facilities below grade that will provide for some groundwater recharge in our design as it is. But to utilize porous pavement in this particular location, I would say no.
Okay, all right, thanks. Any other members of the board have questions of these two witnesses? I'm can't see everybody because.
This is Bob. I have a
Want me to stop sharing?
Yeah, I maybe I just can't see everybody. Okay, yes.
I can go back if
Yes,
we need
Bob.
to.
Do you, how many, What's the car population today for the tenants that you have?
Chris, could you answer that, please?
Well, we have 37 parking spaces, 36 which are being used by the residents, and I think 7 and 3, about 10 parking spaces that are on the sides, on both sides, that are not legal per se. So if you calculate those, plus we have a lot of residents that we're telling to park in the municipal parking lots. I mean, everyone, most of the residents have one car. A lot of the larger apartments have 2, maybe 3 cars. So they're making use of the municipal parking lots.
Do you happen to know how many are you making use of the?
I don't know. We advise them that, we don't have a second parking space for the larger apartments, and we just advise them to call the municipal parking area and get information, and they go through those channels.
But I think for us as a board to evaluate this, I mean, there should be a survey knowing what the number of cars are that are, that are tied to the residents.
Well,
how many
I
units
think
are
that
there
that's
in
a
total
that's a
again?
moving number. I mean,
Yeah,
that every time somebody apartment turns over, that number could change. So I'm not.
Right.
I mean, there's got to be, there may be some cushioning there, but I mean, I would imagine there's an algorithm there, and how often are they turning?
Well, the algorithm that's used is the residential site improvement standards. Now, in the RSIS standards, when they say, for example, for a 2-bedroom apartment, you're supposed to have 2 parking spaces, they factor in visitor spaces at a half a car. So in my mind, providing 1.5 cars per dwelling unit probably meets our demand. It not only now, but in the future, as the apartments change, as the tenancy changes, you have to be able to provide the amenity of parking, because as you know, more and more apartment buildings are coming online. There's more and more projects that are being built near train stations with apartments that have sufficient parking. And for this building to compete and continue to rent and get reasonable rents that keeps them solvent, you have to be able to give that amenity of additional parking, or at least on-site parking to the tenants. And that's why I thought the idea of banking the 16 spaces made some sense here, because right now we may not need them. We could provide for 56 parking spots on site, and I believe that's a reasonable compromise. The question that we all have, and we're unfortunately going to dump this in Mr. Warner's lap, is what's the trigger?
Well, it's not unfortunate. If the applicant is stipulating to banking 16 lots, the 16 spaces, excuse me, in the southern lot, that's fine. And the trigger, the applicant can leave it, if the board so desires, for the applicant to make a request of the board at a subsequent date, or the trigger, could be something more self-regulating if the board is willing to allow that. What does the applicant propose?
Chris, I guess you're the building manager. Would you be willing to bank the 16 parking spaces on the southern side of the lot, and base it upon actual tenant need? This way we preserve some of that green space on the property. We may have to, if we take out the 16, we'll have what, 54 spots? So we'd need to pick up 2 more spots in the northern lot, which I think we could do without too much difficulty. And then preserve or bank the remainder in the southern lot. Is that something you want to consider?
How about the electric charging stations? I mean, can we have? I mean, that would be taken away from the 56 parking spots.
Well, I think the proposal was only one
One
dual station, one dual charger.
Right.
So it's 2 spots. I believe. would be
and there-
covered for EVCs.
Yeah, and you could police that, because if you have a tenant that has an electric car, then you would assign that spot to him. If you have no tenants that have electric cars, they could still park in that spot.
Yeah.
You would you'd have to shuffle it around depending upon as your tenancy changed.
Yeah, I have a question regarding that, the electrical charging, since you brought that up. Considering the
Paul.
changes in the auto industry over the next 10 years, where a lot of companies have goals to have electric vehicles only come 2030 or 2035, has any bit thought been given to the capacity for electrical charging in terms of what's going to go into this parking lot? And does that affect the way it's striped or otherwise planned out?
We could accommodate electric charging stations in the 10 spots that are immediately on the western end of the parking lot. We could bring electric service from the building and feed it into the charging stations along that side of the building. But we haven't done any kind of an analysis on the electrical demand and whether or not a transformer might have to be put in or some upgrade to the electrical network. I think everybody's going to have to do that evaluation on older properties come the future.
Certainly, given that that's only about 9 years out now, that's probably not a bad time to start thinking about that.
That makes sense. At least provide some conduit there.
Well, we definitely will do that. We'll definitely provide the conduit so that additional charging stations could be easily installed in the future.
Mr. Ashman.
What's been the average occupancy of the building over the last 2, 3, 4 years?
Right now, at the present moment, we have one apartment available, but with the market being the way it is, people are looking for how to buy houses, and that can change.
But has it generally been well occupied over the last 5 years?
It's been well occupied. I mean, we've had apartments sitting for quite a while because a lot of the residents that do call, the applicants that do call, are looking for parking, and they go elsewhere.
Okay. So,
Well, why wouldn't you replace the deck and do a structured deck and do more green space?
A parking deck to
Yeah.
replace.
Why wouldn't you do a
Well,
newer 2-story
because-
parking deck and do structured?
Because the
and
cost is
do-
about $50,000 a car for a parking deck.
that's very expensive. If they
And
had
the
more
space,
units, that would
and
make
take
sense.
up a lot of space, correct, Mike?
Yeah. You'd build a structure where the northern parking lot is. And, then you have this vertical structure. You not only have just the surface parking, but the vertical structure as well. But they're very expensive to do.
And I don't think anybody here wants to create a hardship for you guys at all, obviously. I think given the changes that are coming over the next 10 or 15 years with electric cars, trends in the number of cars people have, there's just a lot of questions about it, as we as a city have talked about with municipal parking and the building of lots or not building of lots. So, my perspective would be to go with the 56 and then hold the others with board approval should they be needed. That would be my position.
How does the board feel in general along those lines? It seems like a number of us are headed in that direction. It's a good
We now
suggestion on
need
the
to
part of
hear
Ms.
from the
Paulson.
public before we start wrapping up.
I'm sorry?
Do we need to hear from the public before
Yeah,
are we
well,
wrapping
well,
up? I'm gonna wrap up. But let's-
I think that was the beginnings of a straw
Excuse me,
poll.
hello. I'm
Yeah.
trying to get a consensus on this one issue. From here, we then go to our board professionals if we don't have any more questions from the board members. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's just trying to get some consensus on this one question and see how we're feeling on that. Yeah, Mr. Zucker.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. I'm not actually in favor of banking. Only I guess I could be in favor of banking if they have to come back to the board, because otherwise I don't see the value of something that's self-executing. I think you could argue there's demand today, so the banking wouldn't have much meaning. So,
Well, I guess, I think that's what, a number of us are feeling, and I guess the question is, the idea of hardship is brought up, is this placing a hardship on this owner who needs these spaces as of right now? Or do we, want to go that route of banking and then having them come back to, based on some kind of a demand? I don't know what that means. A demand produced by a parking consultant, or a simple letter that says we have, a demand for X number of spaces and we need to construct it. So it's a number of questions here.
Mr. Anderson, if I may on that point.
Yes, Mr. Burgess.
In a number of our other municipal clients, they've wrestled with this very issue. And what they've often done is impose a 2-year time period from the time the initial parking lot gets constructed and the other spaces get banked. And after that 2-year period is up, there is a survey that's done by a parking consultant to analyze demand. And then they report back to the board, and the board then makes a determination as to whether or not you feel that it's necessary or appropriate to construct those spaces at that time or not.
Yeah, that's an audit.
The resolution and detailed enough to give the applicant an understanding as what his responsibilities are, and give the board enough comfort level that they have some control.
Yeah.
Mr. Maynard, is that something the applicant would stipulate to?
Well, it seems to me, how complex is coming back? I mean, we obviously do not want to go through a whole reapproval after having done what we've done tonight.
It would be limited.
And I don't know whether a parking consultant is really necessary when we could put the building manager, whoever it was, Chris or a successor at the time, on the stand to say that they've taken a survey of their tenants and here's what the requests for parking are. I mean, it's just a fact. I mean, parking consultants go out and survey, the frequency of use of an intersection and whether a light functions and do parking counts in your downtown or something. But this does not seem something that would rise to the level of having to spend the money, which I do think would be a burden to have a parking consultant. I think if under oath, the demand is demonstrated by the owner, that really should be sufficient.
Is that what you're stipulating to, Mr. Maynard? What Mr. Burgess proposed, but in lieu of a parking consultant having a fact witness established for the board by way of an amended approval on that one specific item?
Chris, can you is that agreeable to the owner?
Yes,
So
I mean, the whole burden of the expense of going and having this process start from the beginning to get another 16 spaces is going to be a lot of money. I mean, we don't want to build another 16 spaces if we don't have the need for them. But I mean, we know that right now we have the request for more vehicles that need to be parked on the lot. And if we got that at the parking lot that's next to us, the municipal parking lot, that right now we're not able to use. Either you're able to use at night, I'm not sure, either at night, and then you have to move your vehicle by 8 o'clock in the morning to a different parking lot. I mean, if the city would give us, access to that parking lot 24 hours a day, I mean, I think we could be a lot more well off than we are now.
Well, it doesn't look like we're rounding sets, so maybe the board's just going to have to make a decision as to whether it wants to oppose it or impose that obligation or not.
Ms.
The applicant's
Wilson-Alvarez.
not stipulating it. So we
Gary,
gotta move forward.
After listening to this, I have one other idea for you. If Mr. Lanzafama could put up his site plan again, we could get you probably, with keeping that green space, we could get you to a few more spaces and then maybe just eliminate the south parking lot and you won't have to come back. So what I'm thinking is you could get 2 more here easily in the north parking lot. And then when I walked the site today, I noticed, if you could just move it up just a little, Mr. Lanzafama, to show the building on the south side. Yeah, and show Woodland Avenue, if you don't mind. Thank you. There's a strip of cars parked right along this, the south side of the building, not on the fire lane, but actually just north of the fire lane. There's
Right up
4
in
to
here.
6 cars parked along that perimeter of the building. It's not that visible from anybody. And you would have your 56 spots in the north lot, including the ones on the driveway. And then you could have 4 to 6 here. You're at 60 to 62, and you could just eliminate the south parking lot and you don't have to come back. So that's just another idea.
The problem with parking in this area here, it's not sufficient to perpendicular park. There's not enough room. And so if you're parallel parking, you have to figure out a way to make a K-turn, or you back out onto Woodland. That's the only downside of this area in here. But it's something we could possibly consider. But we could modify, I could add one more car here, another car in here, and that would get us up to the 56. And then, like we've talked, we just bank that and figure out how we're going to come back to get that approved. If it's just a simple matter of demonstrating the need, as Mr. Maynard pointed out, the property owner or manager can simply have tenants fill out a survey indicating what their needs are, and then come back to the board with that information. And then we can all make an informed decision as to whether or not that be allowed. The design is there. We show the grading, we show the drainage, we show the landscaping. So that would all still be in place to accommodate those parking spaces should they be needed in the future.
Is the applicant making that as a stipulation? It may not be sufficient for the board, we'll find out, but is that a stipulation, yes or no?
Well, can Chris get back on maybe for a second?
Yes.
Okay. So I think you've heard what's gotten back and forth a little bit. The question is whether there are a couple options, whether we look to add a couple spaces to the northern lot and reinstitute some of the spaces that we were talking about eliminating, and then eliminate the smaller lot to the south and change the plan in that respect, or whether we add a couple of spaces just to the northern lot and bank the second lot with an opportunity to come back to the board and demonstrate that we need it. I mean, we would have approval of the design respects of the second lot, but we would have to, in order to get a building permit, we'd have to show the board that we needed it.
That'll be fine.
So what, this banking it?
Banking, if we can get some more spaces on the northern lot, and
I could easily get you to 56 spaces, Chris,
Yeah,
and
and
the shed, and I can accommodate the shed as well.
okay, and if we can also, I mean, if possible, get the spaces on the side of in the back of building 45, if we can get some spaces there, then we can bank the
Here?
on this, yes, on that area there, even if they're not,
Yeah, you might be able to fit some up in here. You do some perpendicular spots here, you'd have sufficient backup so they could pull out.
That's
Yeah,
not
or-
what I was proposing, because that takes green space from, I was just proposing to
leaving
retain the spots that are being utilized now. It looks like
That's-
there were 6 cars parked in a line when I walked by,
yeah,
Right.
if we can keep those spaces there, and then
not on the green.
not on the green, the way they are parked now, and add a couple, a few more spaces
Creating a
on the north lot, and then bank the southern parking lot for now.
How are those cars that are currently parked on the side? How are they getting out? Are they having to back out onto Woodland?
They back out onto Woodland.
That's not a good situation.
That's,
I don't support that, yeah.
Well, that's why we're discussing eliminating them altogether.
Yeah, I would not be in favor of keeping that. That's not good.
All right, never mind. I
is
agree.
is that technically a fire lane or anything like that? I mean,
The fire lane is on the opposite side.
Ah, okay.
And there is access plenty of access to have a fire truck pull in there.
Yeah, I mean, personally, in my mind, it would be banking the other lot. I would not be comfortable with the board approving a plan that allowed 6 cars to back out onto Woodland Avenue.
So I think what I'm hearing is that we add a couple of spaces to the north lot. We bank the south lot. The bank can be released if the property manager surveys his tenants and comes back to the board, basically saying we have this backup where so many tenants want spaces and we'd like to add these additional spaces. Is that a fair way to look at it?
Yes. I would, it'd be really helpful just to know like 2 things. One is what's been the average occupancy per year for the last 5 years? Just to know that whether this has been, that parking has caused this building to not be full, essentially full. I suspect it's been full regardless of the parking. And then what's the population of cars today? Because my sense is that if they get 70 parking spaces, they'll fill them up because they'll just rent them to people with more cars and you'll get higher rents because of that. And I think that that's really what this comes down to. I think there'll be zero problem demonstrating that you'd have the need for the 70 car parking spaces because you just rent them to tenants that have more cars. And I think notwithstanding the statistics of whatever, typical requirements for parking there are, this is a walkable location, both to the train and to the downtown. So on average, people can survive and can certainly rent with fewer cars just because it's so walkable, unlike something that's quite far away.
I'm in agreement with that.
Agreed.
Can I?
Hey,
Bill?
yeah, let's break her off, please.
I agree with your proposal, Bill, but I just want to say this. Let's bear in mind, our parking requirement would be 108 spaces for this.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
And I don't know how many parking studies of downtown that I've seen in the last 9 years demonstrating a shortage of parking for hundreds and hundreds of spaces, including ones very recently. It's one of the challenges that the Broad Street West development is facing. And obviously, each site is specific. But we're talking about an order of magnitude. I like the proposal as you summarized it, Bill. I think that's a compromise. But to think that if someone had come to us and proposed this development with 56 parking spaces, we wouldn't even have addressed it. 56 is half of what our zoning requires. Let's bear that in mind. I accept that in this case, the proposal that we're talking about makes common sense. I fear that I think there are going to be, well, I've said my case. I think the proposal as you've outlined it, is a reasonable compromise under the circumstances.
I think what you pointed out, Jay, I think is, sorry, Rich, go ahead, please.
I think the one thing we're not considering here is this is a retrofit, right? So this building wouldn't have been approved with the number of units now either.
Right, of course.
It's a whole different perspective.
No, we're addressing the question as it currently faces. This building is here now with 37 spaces. A proposal's been made and certainly as compromised over the last half an hour that makes sense. But let's not go above and beyond that. We started with 37. The proposal was 70. A good suggestion's been made. That's a compromise, and I think we should not get into the discussion of what's going to be happening in 5 or 10 years. If we had 106 spaces, I think that would be a reasonable discussion. I think this at 60 or whatever the number is going to 56 again represents about half of our zoning requirement. Let's keep that in mind.
I would disagree, only to say that I think you're building a lot that's going to exist for a very long period of time. And in the very near future, the demand is going to be quite different.
No, I disagree.
You may not be right. Okay, so here's the proposal. It's 9:30. We need to move on to other things. The proposal essentially, as I understand it here, is that we would land bank or bank these spaces. At this point, the property manager would conduct some form of a survey, come back to us at some point if he felt that they were needed, come back to the board, and we would look at it at that point. And I didn't make it quite that elegant as our council would make, or as Mr. Maynard might make, but that's basically, I think, what we're talking about here tonight.
And Mr. Chairman, if you're about to do a straw poll, I would again suggest that we first confirm that the applicant stipulates to that as a minimum. Does the applicant stipulate to that?
Well, I think that's correct. I think, Chris, is that agreeable? I mean, we would come back basically with a survey of our own tenants demonstrating the need for the additional spaces.
Yes, that's correct.
When we want to build them.
Okay, so we have a stipulation. Now, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if you're calling for a straw vote of the board members or not. I leave that to you.
Well, yes, I guess, how do the board members generally feel okay with that proposal as a compromise?
Where do we stand with what Bob had asked?
I think what Bob said makes all the sense in the world, that if we're basically approving the 70 spaces if we do the land bank.
Okay, what
Can
you're
I
doing
ask a question?
by doing what Bob is asking, you're now getting into the weeds of this person's economic pro forma, which is not where the planning board should be going. We do not dedicate or dictate the performance or financial performance of somebody's property. And that's where
Bill,
we're
can I
going.
ask a question? I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, but can I ask a question?
We need to
And-
bring this to a close, so let's keep
Yes,
moving.
and so in that light, so what we're asking them to do now is then come back to us with a survey of their tenants. Why don't they just do that now when we defer this to the next month? Go survey your tenants, tell us exactly how many cars all of your tenants, have your tenants write down how many cars they have, how many parking spaces they need. Then you can come back to us and say, hey, I got X number of tenants with 60 cars, or I got X number of tenants with 80 cars. I mean, we're asking them to tell us that in the future when they could tell it to us now when they want 70 spaces and we're telling them they need 64. We don't know how many cars are in that parking space yet. We're asking them to do it later. Why don't they just do it now?
I would say one thing about doing it now, we've got a self-selected group of tenants in the building. We got
Well,
people
but
who are
you
willing to
make your
rent
tenants certify what
apartments.
they have.
We got a group of people that are willing to rent apartments without parking in some instances. And we don't know going forward what that's going to be. So this is just a moment in time.
But the other option on the table, was a parking study, which you also didn't want.
Right.
So a parking study wouldn't serve any purpose here.
Yeah, but you've
Okay,
also stated that you haven't had any tenancy issues, so I'm not understanding the logic of what you're.
That's right, Rich, I agree. I mean, if this
Well,
building has been, if
yes,
the building
I
has been
think that's not-
95% occupied or
No,
greater.
no.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject, we have an application pending. If the applicant wants to push this application as is, ultimately, we're a fact-finding quasi-judicial body. We could say yay or nay if they're insisting on proceeding with a vote now. But we do, I suspect you would agree, have to round this out. I think we have about 126 people who are attending. I doubt they're all members of the public who are here to address this particular
And we have a
application.
corporate board that needs a break.
Yeah, we have to move forward. So either we're going to carry this matter or we're going to decide this matter. I think the applicant's got to let us know.
Mr. Perella's suggestion, I think, is a reasonable one, as is the reasonable suggestion of the land banking. So it's really up to the applicant as to which direction they'd like to go.
Well, it seems to me the land banking makes more sense.
All right,
Because
so that-
we're here, otherwise we'd be coming back in a month with nothing finished or nothing accomplished. I mean, let's move forward with the most important part of the project, was just getting rid of the garages and building the 56 or 58 spaces, whatever it turns out to be.
So
And
we
we'll
have an
survey our
we have a
tenants in the
stipulation.
meantime.
No,
We have a
Steve,
stipulation from the applicant, and it may be enough for the board. It may not be enough for the board. The board. will
Steve, I'd
decide.
like to clarify what Bill seems to think we don't have the ability to ask the question about the tenancy and those things. What is our authority over this as far as what Bob had proposed?
Well, your authority is if the applicant is given a stipulation and asking for a vote, you have to decide the case. That's the authority. And it may be sufficient for you with the stipulation to grant, or it may not be.
But
We're not going to know until there's a vote.
well, Bob had certain questions. So before I vote, I would like to know what, if we're going to vote for the banking, what criteria are we within our means to impose and to ask as far as evaluating the request to build those additional 16 spots? Are the questions that Bob had acceptable for us to ask as part of that evaluation?
To the extent they relate directly to the need for the parking, if you feel they're necessary beyond the fact that RSIS requires 108 and they're proposing 70 up from 37, then it's a relevant inquiry.
I think, I don't.
But you can't get into the
Council
finances.
here. I'm not sure I agree with our esteemed council here, Mr. Fiore. I think you're starting to get into the financial aspect of this particular applicant's business, which is not really where the planning board should be.
No, but they were.
Excuse me, I'm still talking. What I'm saying, I'm sorry, but what I'm saying is that we have a requirement of 100 and some odd spaces according to our, ordinances. We're providing 70. We're now stripping more of those spaces away from this applicant based on some knowledge of his pro forma. And we're starting to stray into an area that I think is inappropriate for the board. That's my opinion.
So I'm bringing up the fact that they are the ones that brought up the fact that this could potentially be a financial hardship for them and not getting tenants. I don't think we're out of line in seeing what that history has been, because it does not appear that that is necessarily the case. They're the ones that brought it
It's up to them
up.
if they want to share it with us, I guess.
But they're the ones that brought it up, Bill,
Yeah.
as a reason for this.
Let me do one thing. Let me recall Chris.
Yes.
Chris, I want to ask you a question. You're in the property management business, correct?
Yes.
You've managed this property for a number of years,
Yes.
and you're familiar with other properties for rent in the general area and what the market is.
I am.
Okay. Is it your belief that you are getting lower rents at this complex in large measure because you do not have adequate parking?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's your belief based on your study of other competitive rental properties in our market?
Yes, we are getting a lot lower rents than other properties that do have parking.
So you're able to rent the apartments eventually, but it is an economic hardship on the owner.
It is.
Okay. Not sure that's relevant, but there you are.
Well,
It's economic.
and why would you stipulate to build less spaces if you're only picking up a certain net amount when you could go to your tenants and find out exactly how many spaces that you actually need?
I think I answered that before. I think that's
That
just a
isn't-
moment in time.
I don't really think you did, but that's
It's a
okay.
moment
I
in
mean, if you
time.
want, to Mr. Warner's point, if you want to go forward, and I'm not the chairman, if you want us to go forward on a basis, pick one. And then I guess to Bill's point, we'll vote.
We would also need
Well,
to
I
hear
mean,
from the
we-
public as well.
I
No, we
I
need to
think
hear-
what we
haven't
had,
heard- We haven't heard from our consultants either, and then we need to go to the public, as Mr. Delory points out, and it's now, I don't know what time it is now, it's now 9:44. At some point, we need to give our court reporter a break here. She's been at it for 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we can take a break now and sit on this for a little while, or we can, continue. Well, no, I think we probably ought to take a break at this point for our court reporter's sake, and then come back and in essence ask our two consultants to provide any input. Unless there's something, Mr. Maynard, you wish to stipulate at this point for us to consider during the break.
You're on mute, Roger.
Mr. Maynard, you're on mute.
I think I made it clear we're willing to proceed with the banking concept.
Okay, all right. So I know this is an interesting item for all of us. We have people who want to comment, obviously, on the Primrose as well. So let's go ahead and take a break, give our court reporter 10 minutes, and we all can kind of contemplate this as we, get an extra cup of tea or whatever, and come back at, we'll say 9:55, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, everybody, we're almost all back. Yep. Okay, so we've got a couple folks yet to come back. One advantage of doing this all from home is that I could sneak into the cabinet and get an oatmeal raisin cookie. And it's really improved my outlook on things. I feel a whole lot better now.
You look good too, Bill.
Yeah, thanks. Sometimes I shouldn't have that second cup of coffee. Andy's the guy that keeps me calm, though.
Yeah. As opposed to Rich?
That's right. So, Rich, I apologize. It's a lot of stuff going on here. So here's where we are now. We've kind of got a lot of people on the line for the Primrose application that we were telling to come back around 9 or so tonight. We obviously didn't quite make that. So we're going to have people mad at us one way or another. And so I think from the board's perspective, we have we can continue on with this case or stop this case at this point and pick up Primrose. I think my reaction is to continue on with this case until its conclusion, unless Mr. Maynor has a different request.
Well, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, one of the things you lose in Zoom is you can't go in the back of the room and talk to your client for 2 minutes during a quick break. But we did confer while we're away. And what we would propose to do, we've thought about this a little bit more. And you know what? We will survey our tenants and come back and do this all at once and be done with it. I think it's better for everybody. It's hard to make those decisions on the fly sometimes, but after we're able to talk about it for a few minutes and talk it through, we've had this hanging around this long. I think rather than do it piecemeal and sit here and rack our brains about what does and doesn't justify something additional, why don't we get these numbers and come back to you? I think, that we'll be able to demonstrate the need without much trouble, but we'll bring the numbers, so there won't be a question. So I think that probably, I'm hoping that would be acceptable to everyone. It seems to us like the wisest course. And I think then you could hold off on public comment tonight because we still have more to put in the record when we come back, if Mr. Warner would agree, and we could adjourn now.
I think
with that
that's
understanding that we'd be carried.
a wise course of action. As you kind of entered into the realm of, as I call economics, I think Mr. Ashman is asking a reasonable question, given what we've started talking about at this point. And I think if you combine that kind of, here's what our occupancy has been, here's maybe, without getting too much in economics, here's we can improve our economic outlook if we have additional parking, or we can keep our occupancy up if we have additional parking. I think all of that are reasonable things to talk about, and then the demand from your tenants is reasonable as well. So if the board has no problem with that, I think this is the right approach. Mr. Warner, anything you would add to that?
Yeah, just need a date certain so we could carry it without further notice to that date, 7:30 p.m. via Zoom, and an extension of time to act through the end of that month.
We certainly consent to that. So
yeah, but we just need to, Chris, what are we looking at with respect to dates in May?
It is May 24th.
May 24th.
Okay, and I have a reasonable expectation we're going to be carrying another matter by 11 o'clock or so tonight, probably to that same date. So everybody should keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But is Mr. Chairman and Mr. Maynor, are we looking at May 24th as the carry date?
I think that seems reasonable, Mr. Maynor.
Chris and Mike, is that May 24th? Okay.
That's fine.
Yes, I'm available that night.
Okay,
then,
great.
so then for the record, Mr. Chairman, we're carrying this to May 24th without further notice, 7:30 p.m. Zoom web-based platform for access and an extension of time through the end of the month of May, which Mr. Maynor can shoot us an email to confirm same.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, I thank the board for a good discussion. There's a lot of interesting things coming up, a lot of good suggestions, good questions. And I think we'll, by the time we conclude next month, I think we'll have a good solution.
Great. Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, so, Mr. Warner, we have, I believe, somewhere approaching 100 people on the line, if I'm right. And Chris, you could kind of fill me in on the details there, but my guess is that we're somewhere in that range. We want to try to hear from the public as much as we can tonight. And I'm sure they're not happy with us keeping them on the line for an additional hour. So that would be the first thing I would do, is apologize for taking their time. But I think what would make sense also, and I'll see what I'd like the board's thoughts on this before we bring public in on the Primrose School. The idea of perhaps, and I know the council has done this, so Council Member Little, I'd like your thoughts too, with regard to perhaps a limit of 3 to 4 to 5 minutes or something like that when you have as many as 100. First of all, we'll ask people not to repeat what questions that have come before them, but I know they've got some thoughts. They may have an attorney, they may have some exhibits they want to put forward. But anyone's thoughts on some sort of a reasonable limitation of time? Any
Municipal
thoughts?
land use law and commentary and case law contemplates reasonable limits when you have a large number of the public. Leave it to the board to decide what is reasonable, and certainly there's not supposed to be repetition in comments, and perhaps members of the public, if they're going to make a presentation in a group, certainly can be afforded whatever that time is, times the number of the group. I would recommend that we have, but it is reasonable for in the discretion of the chair to do that for land use applications. Also, we should find out if there are any attorneys representing any applicants.
Okay.
And we should also find out if there are any expert witnesses testifying.
Okay.
Because expert.
Find that out right up front. Yeah.
But if you're,
If you'll ask that right up front, Mr. Warner, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
With regard to the simple math, though, at 5 minutes, which we all know, that's 12 people in 1 hour, and 20 people at the 3 minutes. So it's kind of a bit of a math game, but also I feel a little bit uncomfortable, telling someone, your time's up. But Councilmember Little, I know you've had experience with this.
We've had several long council meetings recently where we again had a lot of participants, but 3 minutes seems to be a fair amount of time for people to state an opinion. And you can use a little bit of discretion to allow people to finish their thoughts, but I think it's fair to ask people to try to be concise and to let others also have a say. So I think that's probably a fair limit.
Okay, all right. I'm a little uncomfortable with it, but I think just the numbers are what they are. And I think we'd like to finish Primrose prior to the end of 2021. So I guess, Chris, we would want to admit some members of the public. Is there a preamble we want to do here, Mr. Warner, for these members of the public, or address them as a body at this point, as a whole?
the two questions I would have are, do we have any attorneys representing any other members of the public such that they wish to make a presentation through council? And also whether or not, regardless, whether or not there are any expert witnesses. And by that, I mean licensed professional planners, licensed professional engineers, licensed professional or licensed traffic engineers, and the like, who wish to provide expert testimony, i.e. opinions testimony in addition to fact testimony, particularly if they're charging members of the public. That's, they should be afforded an opportunity to go first, make that presentation first if they, otherwise it's take them as they come.
Okay, so at this point in time, are the 120 or somewhere 100 people or whatever that are on Zoom now, did they hear what you just said? Is it, Chris?
Yeah, I guess the problem is you're just going to have a series of hands, and we're not necessarily going to get a definitive answer to that from the first person. But I do recognize that we do have the attorney for the applicant. So he and his witnesses should be able to be allowed in as panelists so they can simply listen and they're entitled to he's entitled to cross-examine any fact witnesses, just like his witnesses were questioned.
So, there are members of the team from Primrose, Mr. Giannetti, and maybe others of his team also present.
Yeah, I think Mr. Nicola probably recognizes the name. I think there's a Seckler. I think there's a Taylor.
Yeah.
Correct, Mr. Giannetti?
Correct. A Casey and a Klein.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
We
then
have to-
otherwise, Frank, as a practical matter, Mr. Chairman, we should just take members of the public in the order that Chris finds them.
Okay.
And I've shared what I thought would be hopefully helpful information to them, which is if you have an attorney representing or if you have an expert, try to get to the front of the line. But as a practical matter, we're not going to find out till we get to them.
Okay. All right, Chris. So I guess we'll start with the beginning. And if you recognize, do you recognize the names, Mr. Warner, of the attorney?
No, I see individuals who I believe are all neighboring members of the public, whether they are themselves attorneys or may wish to qualify themselves as experts. I guess we'll find out.
Okay.
But we'll take them as they come, I think.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Warner, and again, for the record, Craig Genetti, the law firm Dave Pitney on behalf of the applicant Primrose. I mean, maybe if we can ask all members of the public initially to lower their hands and ask if there's any expert witness that's going to be testifying, if that person can raise their hand.
I'm gonna suggest we don't do that, Mr. Giannetti, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect. I think we should move on and let members of the public speak as quickly as we can. I don't see experts. I would frankly, I see members of the public thus far with their hands. I would recognize frankly an expert's name if it was a traffic expert, an engineer, or planner. Let's take them in the order the public
All right.
wishes to come to us.
Mr. Nicola, we'll start at the beginning.
Yes, Ms. Beverly Brown is already in.
Okay, Beverly Brown. Now we are at testimony. Public comment is testimony. So Ms. Brown, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So help
With the
me God.
chairman's permission, please proceed. Name and address, please.
Hi, good evening. Beverly Brown, spelled like the color, 221 Kent Place Boulevard here in Summit. My comment will be,
This is Bill Anderson here. I apologize for running so late. We hoped that we would start around 9 o'clock. We appreciate your patience for being here, and we'll try to be as expeditious as we can. So thank you and welcome this evening.
no worries. I appreciate all the volunteer time that the members of the board have provided to the city. My comments will be quick. I am not an expert and I am not an attorney. I'm a concerned member of the public, as are probably the vast majority of the other people who are logged on and waiting to speak. I'll be brief. There are multiple variances requested here by Primrose. They pose a significant threat to the public safety of countless school children at Washington, Oratory, Kent Place, Summit High School. And I was encouraged to hear some of the questions during the 43 Woodland application, which focused on the school safety of the children who are attending Lincoln Hubbard. And I would just urge that all members of the planning board consider the safety of the children in the area that will be impacted by Primrose School. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, thank you very much. Chris, our next member of the public.
And next is Stephen Forbes.
Okay, Mr. Forbes, please raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear to God or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Again, for the record, your name and address, please, and then provide your comment.
Sure. So Stephen Forbes, 28 Montrose Ave, Summit, New Jersey.
Good evening, Mr. Forbes. Thanks for being here.
Good evening. I was actually, this is probably just being mostly comment, as I'm no expert, as maybe others aren't as well. But I was just enjoying the prior proposal on this call, as it seemed that the board was overly concerned on preserving green space and ensuring the residents in the area weren't being overcome by parking space, requiring a survey data, right, and actual hard data to support the request. And then I think back to this 8-month-long process, the sheer amount of variance requests submitted by this applicant, the unwillingness to build up instead of out, and the unwillingness, right, to respect all those variances that protect us residents. So maybe I'll just start by thanking the board and stating that I'm so pleased that this board seems so focused on representing us people of Summit, the residents of Summit, and not the business interest, whether it be of a fellow board member or a non-resident, that has made it very clear that this project is not for the residents of Summit. As we've learned, many of the applicants, right, or the applicant anticipates the initial children to be from outside towns. So maybe second point here is that the whole process, as hard as it's been, I think I've been trying to speak for 2 months or 3 months, I can't remember, but it all goes back to the variance request and more importantly, the complete and utter disregard for the safety of our children. Trying to utilize COVID as an excuse to not perform the actual analytics required, right, for this type of property is just non-excusable. And I think we're all smarter than that. We the people, we the public can all see through that. And as I would expect this board to as well. So maybe I'll just leave it there and thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Forbes.
All right. Next is Cameron, no last name.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
Sir, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your full name and address for the record, please.
Cameron Evans, 30 Webster Avenue in Summit.
I'm sorry, your last name?
Evans, E-V-A-N-S.
Evans. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Good evening, Mr. Evans. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks again to the board for all of your time that's been dedicated to this. So yeah, I think just again, just reiterating kind of what the other members of the public have stated, which is our main concern is going to be that, you know, traffic's going to be directed through the side streets, which is obviously going to directly impact the safety of the kids that walk through this neighborhood. The other thing to factor in as well, you know, not to mention the high concentration of schools in the area, but we also have, you know, a large amount of traffic that's directed at the end of the street for the games, for the park across the street, for lacrosse games and football games. So I think, again, this just kind of continues to magnify, I think, what I think we're starting to see in aggregate is adding to a significant traffic problem in the area. And it's going to, you know, concentrate it in high peak times that are going to coincide with the schools in the area, getting in and then obviously letting out. So again, I just wanted to, remind the board that our concerns of the high concentration of traffic in the area. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Great. Just bear with me. All right. Next is Elizabeth Blamble.
Ms. Blimble, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah,
My
video.
machine was doing whatever it does.
There we
I
go.
think I do.
There you are.
Okay, if you can raise your right hand, please.
Sorry.
Okay, I can see, I think I can see it.
I
Okay,
can-
do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please, and then provide your comment.
Elizabeth Blamble at 40 Madison Avenue in Summit.
Good evening, Ms. Blimble.
Hello. I would, on the safety, being the parent of a child who attended Washington Elementary and whose child was almost hit by a car twice while walking to school, and that was before we added 200 cars. I can't stress enough that the safety of our children needs to come first. I'm pretty sure that no one here wants to hear about a child being hit by a car walking to school. And, and the other comment I would like to make is that this traffic study was done in 2011. I believe in 2011, the Morris Avenue entrance to Celgene, although it wasn't Celgene then, was not open. So those cars would not be concluded in this traffic study. The strip mall with the Dunkin' Donuts and those apartments and the houses, and I don't know the name of the street, also were not there at the time that study was done. So I don't think the traffic study they did is accurate in any way, shape, or form. And I've got concerns. And the other comment I want to make, and then I'll stop because I know there's a lot of people here. Recently, I was late getting my son to school because I couldn't make a right-hand turn onto Morris Avenue. And that was at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So these traffic concerns that people are bringing up, I don't think you can really stress just how big a deal it is. For anyone who's been on Morris Avenue right now, when you're trying to drop your child off, and it doesn't matter whether it's Washington or the high school, it's horrendous. I live on Madison Avenue, which is like a, 4 or 5 minute walk to Washington. And on rainy days when I drop my son off to school, he was late more than once because you can't get through that light. There's so much traffic. So I'll stop there. I could add more, but I'm sure somebody else will comment on that. But the safety to me is huge, and having my son almost hit more than once was not something I would like to see have happen to anybody. So I'll stop there.
Well, we understand. Thank you.
Okay, Maggie Bauman is it now?
Oh, there she is.
Ms. Bauman, if you can raise your
Hello.
right hand, please.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I
Please
swear.
repeat your name and your full address for the record.
Sure. It's Maggie Bauman. I'm at 40 Lewis Avenue.
Good evening, Ms. Bellman.
Good evening. So obviously the safety of the children is the most important thing here, but I really want to talk about the traffic on Morris Avenue. I've lived on Lewis Ave for over 20 years, and I have turned left onto Morris from Aubrey literally thousands of times. And 3 times each day at 8 a.m., which is daycare drop-off, at 3 p.m., and at 5 p.m., which is pickup. I can spend several minutes just waiting until it's safe to make a left turn onto Morris. Once I get to Morris, it can take me 15 minutes or more just to travel the 1 mile to town. The flow of traffic is never smooth. In addition to hundreds of cars, the number 70 bus goes up and down, I don't know how many times a day, dozens of times a day. There's always a number 70 bus. And I counted, I think there are 7 stops between Aubrey Street and Kent Place Boulevard. So it's stopping and causing chaos on the street all day long. I noticed today where Primrose is proposed, the cars are parked on both sides of the street. It's impossible to navigate safely through that area. So simply put, Morris Avenue just can't handle the additional traffic that this will cause. And that's it. So thank you for your time and for letting me be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Bellman.
Next one is in, Mimi Zukov.
Hello?
Hello, do you have video?
I don't know how to get it on.
Going to be hard to swear you in if I can't see your right hand raised.
Wait, wait.
Can you
There
take
we
a
go.
shot? There we are.
There she is. Hey,
Now I
good
can
job.
see your right hand raised. Thank you. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Again, if you could repeat your name and your full address for the record.
My name is Miriam Zukoff, Zukoff. I live at 49 Wade Drive. I have lived at 49 Wade Drive since 1989. I have experienced traffic taking my children to school in every school in Summit, Washington School, high school, middle school. I live in the area that is across the street from the proposed location of the Primrose School. Butler Parkway and Canubrook Parkway carry an enormous amount of cut-through traffic. Canubrook Parkway cuts directly from the highway. The idea that we could have 200 or even 100 more cars racing through the neighborhood, rushing to get their kids to daycare in the morning so they can get to work is terrifying. I am afraid to walk in my neighborhood in the morning and in the afternoon because of the speed and the traffic. And that doesn't even include what goes on Morris Avenue. Everyone else has been very eloquent about that. It is completely congested at all times. Any study that the applicant may have made is completely invalid due to COVID, and I really object to that. I don't understand why this is even being considered. Our neighborhood cannot absorb any more traffic, and we cannot afford to lose anybody's lives to a traffic accident. That is my testimony.
Ms. Zukoff, thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, if you can, oh, you're still on mute. Thank you. And the right hand is raised. Thank you. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name.
Thank you. Full name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Barbara Faringa. I live at 1 Little Wolf Road in Summit, New Jersey.
Hi, Barbara. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to hear us. And I wanted to say, first off, I'm very pro childcare, and I actually have friends who send their children to Primrose. I think it's an excellent organization. This is not anything against the applicant, rather it's about Summit and its needs. I won't repeat what other people have said. I am against the applicants being able to build this in Summit. The reasons are related to traffic, but specific as it relates to, and safety and children's safety. But specifically as it relates to their traffic study, I would just point out a couple of things and ask you all as members of the board to please focus on this. Their assumptions are either flawed or on purpose or misguided. It's unclear to me, but the point about 2011 data is a good one. Their assumptions regarding only a 1% increase in traffic, which is based on New Jersey, according to what they said is a New Jersey average. Summit doesn't need to be using New Jersey averages because Summit tries to bring more people. We have a bustling downtown. The consequence of that bustling downtown is that a 1% increase is low compared to what they should be doing. I would also be pointing out that they use November 2017 as I think as part of the baseline, but at that time, Merck and Celgene, I would ask you to go back and look at the timelines. I don't think that the traffic was as bad down at that part of town. Someone else pointed out about the shopping mall, but I believe at that point, although I couldn't find it in time for this hearing, that Celgene was still at its other campus and Merck had moved most of its campus to Kenilworth so that the traffic was artificially low. So I think that the other thing that's not been incorporated into its accounting is that there's that large facility for, I can't remember that, it's not a nursing home. It's a 55 plus home. I can't remember the name of it. That's right on the corner of Passaic and Morris Avenue. That is actually a fairly dangerous intersection. So when you add all of that together, it just becomes untenable. The third thing is the traffic. Someone pointed out related to Tatlock Field. The applicant says that the visitors to the child care center will be distributed evenly throughout the time. Any person who's dropped off a child at daycare knows that parents more or less come in at the same time. And the rebuttal survey made by, I don't know who those people were who did it, but the rebuttal survey is consistent with my experience in dropping off my children. So I would ask you all to read the data very carefully. And although I don't believe that the applicant is trying to be inaccurate in their assessments, I do in fact believe that they are. So I would ask you to reject this proposal and to keep Summit safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farina.
Ms. Lee, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And again, if you could repeat your full name and your full address for the record.
Danielle Lee at 17 Butler Parkway.
Good evening, Ms. Lee. I admire your perseverance. You called in at about 7:30 tonight and you're back. So congratulations for hanging in there with us. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured I needed to do something. Thanks everyone for your time. I live on 17 Butler Parkway, and I can't speak much, to other parts of Summit, but I can speak to what's around my home. So on this street, in the morning when people are dropping off their kids at Washington, the streets are lined with cars on both sides, and I can barely make my way out of my parking lot, my driveway. Whenever there is a ball game, football, lacrosse, whatnot, it's overflowing all over the place. The entire Butler Parkway is lined up with all kinds of buses and cars and all that. So the traffic itself is already overwhelming, like many people have pointed out. And you guys, many of you already know that Butler Parkway itself is undergoing through some major transformation, and the street itself, Butler Parkway, is narrowing itself. So right now, even with this capacity, the parking is not enough. All streets parking are not enough, but we're narrowing Butler Parkway. So that's going to increase the problem. Yeah, so I think it's going to be put in place pretty soon. This spring, they will start the project. It will become a double yellow line street. Probably one of the very few in Summit. Like, I don't even know why they're doing that for this part of Summit. I don't even know if that has anything to do with Primrose or not. Does it make way for Primrose to take on more traffic? Could be, who knows? But all I'm saying is that I think the traffic is horrendous in this part of the city already. And anybody who turned left onto Morris Avenue knows that it's very hard. It takes like many tries. Like I'm a bad driver to begin with, so every time I try to left turn, it's pretty hard. Imagine in the rush hours in the morning or the afternoon, it's just even harder. And some people telling me that it takes them 15 minutes to make a left turn. So I don't know if anyone has done any, at least planning on how to tackle this traffic. We can't just say it's a very little impact to the area, 1% increase. That's, first of all, that's not true. And secondly, are there anything planning, city or Union County or state is planning to, address the problem, like adding traffic light? Or would the owner of Primrose even consider building their own parking lot? If it's not enough, could they put in like one floor of parking lot in their own building? It doesn't cost that much. A lot of buildings have their first floor as parking lot. So instead of putting the, pressure on the neighborhood, which is already under tremendous pressure for parking spaces, is irresponsible. We welcome, business into Summit, but in a responsible way, right, to the community. So, I would really, suggest that the board could consider the remedies or, some countermeasures to at least tackle some of these traffic problems.
Ms. Lee,
Or
thank you very
parking.
much. That was very, very helpful. We appreciate your thoughts and ideas, and thank you for staying up with us so late.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. O'Donnell, you're in.
Mr. O'Donnell, can you hear us? Chris, oh, there we are.
There we go. Sorry
Okay,
about
if you could raise, no problem. Can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
22 Webster Avenue, Summit, and it's Brian O'Donnell.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. O'Donnell.
Good evening, thank you. I guess one quick question, I don't know if it was addressed last time, was are people able to make a left out of the parking lot? Was that ever answered by Union County? Or in, I think?
Where are you making that
So
turn?
into the yeah, so into the parking lot, in and out from Morris Avenue. Can you make a left in if you're heading towards Bristol Myers, or if you're exiting onto Morris from the parking lot, can you make a left? I think the Primrose is going to research that with the county. I don't know if they heard back or if that was confirmed, yes or no.
Well, Mr. Giannetti, do you want to have your consultants address that question or not?
Sure, I can ask Mr. Steckler to respond. I think that the testimony at the last meeting was we had met with the county. We submitted our county site plan application, but I don't believe we've received any, conditional approval or review yet. But Mr. Steckler might be able to update me.
Mr. Steckler, you remain under oath. You understand that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you remain, your license remains in good standing in the state of New Jersey as an engineer and as an expert, and so that you can continue to be recognized as an expert in traffic engineering?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed to answer the question.
Yep. Subsequent to the last hearing, we made a formal resubmission to the county that included all the site plan changes that were presented to the board at the previous hearing. We have not received any formal review letters back from the county at this point. They normally work on a probably 4 to 6 week kind of clock for providing comment letters. So we still haven't received it, although we should be getting it in the coming days.
In that application proposed a left and a right full
Correct,
movement,
yes.
a full movement onto Morris Avenue.
Correct, yes.
In and out then, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so just to confirm, they're not gonna, I can't imagine that, well, one, it's gonna be 11 o'clock soon enough, but I would assume the board wouldn't vote on that until we get confirmation one way or another.
Well, the board will decide the case when the case has been submitted to the board, but it's certainly not going to be tonight. So there may well be an answer before that, but subsequent approvals can ultimately be, a lot of times approvals from other government agencies are conditions of approval if there is an approval. They don't always come before the board. In fact, usually boards are asked to make the decision before all the other approvals.
Sure.
Because if the board says no, sometimes then they won't continue, who knows? But anyway, you're entitled to make a public comment. I don't want you to lose.
I appreciate that. So it would be contingent on whatever that is then, I would imagine.
If there's an approval.
Okay,
And
great.
we don't have the answer first. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. I think you could tell by the 100 or so neighbors that have been calling in. They're probably going to all harp on very similar things with safety. I think everyone, whether or not you live in this neighborhood, don't live in this neighborhood, safety is our number one priority. Kind of disappointed Primrose didn't mention safety that often, right? They mentioned often how they were approved to build on this location, and we understand that. I don't think you're going to hear many complaints about Primrose organization itself. I think everything you're going to hear is about the location that Primrose is looking to build on, within the 4 schools within a quarter of a mile of each other. And to me, it's probably, going back to the planning board, it's all about transparency and asking for so many variances. I'm not a builder, don't plan to be one, but if there were 7 or 8 variances that were approved for Primrose, as a builder who's looking to build or make some kind of exceptions in town, they might use this as a case study. I don't know how Beechwood before, they were looking for, I think, 1 variance, and there was some pushback there. So if Primrose is looking for so many variances, I would hope that, the planning board, being a volunteer position, would keep it consistent this year, as well as if you're no longer on the planning board 5 years from now, and someone tries to use this as a case study to say, well, Primrose got 7 variances approved when they shouldn't have been, why can't mine? So I just hope that, the planning board takes that into consideration, not only for 2021. I think everyone's going to harp on the traffic as well. I think if anyone who knows Summit well, especially Morris Avenue, that side, it's really jammed up. And I live on Webster, which at the end of the block would be, and I'd be concerned that cars would be racing down Webster, making a right and then making a right in. And, I've got children here. A lot of my neighbors have children. The one thing I can thank Primrose for is I think this brought this side of town a lot closer to one another. You'll see a lot of people waving to each other on this side of town now, as well as across Morris Avenue. I've only been in Summit for 4 years, so I don't know many people. Pandemic didn't help with me meeting a lot of people. But I can tell you that Primrose has brought this neighborhood together, as you can tell by having 100 or so neighbors calling in.
Great. Mr. O'Donnell, thanks very much.
No problem. Thanks for your time, guys. I appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
Thanks.
All right, next is Gordon Stewart.
I think I figured out how to unmute. Am I on video or not?
Not yet.
We can hear you. We can't see you yet.
Okay. I don't know how to do this. I don't think. Oh yeah, I do. Hang on. Start video. No. Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Good job.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And we have your name, your address for the record.
Yeah, it's Gordon Stewart. It's 54 Evergreen Road, Summit, New Jersey.
Yep. Thanks for being here, Mr. Stewart. Good
Yeah.
evening.
So yeah, I'm here, and I've been to I think every meeting since, is it October or September or whatever, and staying up half the night. So I think the focus for me really is on the safety and the walking. There's been a lot of talk about like people being dropped off at school. There's actually a lot of children walk to school, both to Washington School and to Summit High School. Probably less so to the other 2 schools, but those 2 schools in particular, there's a lot of foot traffic. In the neighborhood of Gates, which is where this property is partially located, at least where the exit, where people are supposed to exit, there's no sidewalks there. For the large part, there's no sidewalks in that area whatsoever. So the kids walk on the streets, which is great. People in general are relatively careful, especially during school let in and let out time. And unfortunately, the location of this property is going to lend itself to a lot of cut through traffic. I know there's been talk in the past about like not having a right turn out of the onto Gates. There's also been talk about angling the driveway potentially to force people to go towards Morris Avenue. But I think what will happen is, people will still cut through the neighborhood no matter what you do. And it's just not a safe situation. The traffic studies have focused on vehicular traffic. There's been very little talk of pedestrian traffic, and there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. Primarily kids, and primarily at exactly the same time as people will be getting dropped off at daycare. So, if this had been 20 years ago, I probably would have considered this place for, this area, like for my child to go to daycare, but I just don't think that it's this side of town does probably need a daycare, to be fair. But the traffic flow in the area, particularly pedestrian, and then the large amount of cut through traffic that's going to be taking place on Webster, Madison, that whole area is just going to be flooded with traffic, zipping through, cutting through in the morning to drop people off. And I just don't think it's appropriate to have that in an area that's so heavily trafficked by students. So thank you very much to the board for hearing me. And, I've had my say, and I'll let other people speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
All right, next is James Mione.
Unmuting.
We know if you could raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And we have your name, your address, please.
James Mion, 4 Webster, which is the corner of Webster and Madison.
Good evening, Mr.
We've lived
Mion.
here 7 years, and we've lived in Summit 17 years. And I'm I'm an expert of sorts on this, only because I've been hit by a driver after she was dropping off a kid from school, but
Oh, no.
that was in no, so maybe it doesn't count.
No, it counts.
But my wife and I, we vigorously oppose the project and the proposal. And just to add one more dimension to the many that have been added, that has been said already, and that's the environmental issue of cars that are idling as they wait to pick up their children or to drop off their children. And I've been to the nursery school at Christ Church Summit, and also to the one at Central CPC, Central Presbyterian Church, and I've counted the cars there. And both of those schools are lower in proposed population than the project. And it's always double digits, and the cars are running. And you know, in the previous project, you can express concern about kids inhaling some dust from a construction project of a garage being demolished. Well, you know, that's good. You should be concerned about that, but it's not so great to be walking to school inhaling carbon monoxide from 10 cars lined up on Webster. So there's just no, everyone knows where those cars are going to go. Everyone knows they're going to idle. They're not going to turn off their car and start again. We're a good 10, 15 minutes away from electric vehicles. So I agree wholeheartedly with all the traffic issues, the safety issues, but it's just also a burgeoning environmental issue. And I appreciate the time to talk, and appreciate you guys volunteering for the town. Thank you.
Mr. Meyen, thank you.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Nicole Wegman, 17 Webster Ave in Summit, New Jersey.
Good evening, Ms. Wigman.
Hi, like many others have said, I just wanted to thank you all. I know that this has been a very long and painful process, but I wanted to remind you all of two things that were previously discussed in past meetings where it was not appropriate to bring up, and it was appropriate to bring up during this part. If you recall, for over the past year, I've been working upstairs in my room that overlooks Montrose and Webster Ave. And I have observed every day at least 15 cars that run the stop sign right there on Montrose and Webster. Also today, because I've been paying extra special attention to it, there were 3 cars that ran the stop sign all the way down from Webster and Montrose to Lowell and Montrose, all the way down to Lafayette. So I think that's just something that's important to keep in mind as it relates to traffic and safety, which is, as we all remember, my primary concern as well. I also thought it would be helpful for the back of your minds that I know many of the families that live in this neighborhood that have small children that would be of age to attend Primrose. 2 of my kids would be of that age group. Every single child in this neighborhood goes to a different preschool, and that is the preschool of choice of their parents. And they also did not have any issues in attending and getting their children to be able to attend those schools. So while there may be a need, there might not be a need among Summit families for an additional preschool. And I just thought that that would be helpful for everyone to know.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wegman.
I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Thanks, you too. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Okay, I won't butcher your name, but
Do you have volume?
Yes, yes. Hello.
Okay, great, man. And did you have audio?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We cannot see you yet, I don't believe.
You mean video?
Video, yeah, we need video.
That's why I said we can't see you. Start
Okay,
video.
got it,
button
got it,
would
got
be
it,
the
got
button.
it, got it.
There we go.
That's actually my husband's name. My name is Anya Ryan.
Okay, well, before you, if you could just raise your right hand. Your right hand? Okay, thank you. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and again, and your name is Anna?
Anya Ryan.
Say,
Anya.
okay.
Please spell your last name for me. Is it
R-Y-A-N.
Ryan? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and your address?
10 Milton Avenue.
Okay, and please provide your testimony.
Good evening, Ms. Ryan.
Sorry?
No, I just said good evening. Thanks for being here.
Okay, great. You all seem awesome people. I'm very far from the site of Primrose, but my 2 kids are high schoolers. And Summit has many kids, but no kids to spare. That's a mantra that the police department says, and that's a huge concern for me. I know Matt did the traffic study, but my son, even though he's 17, we did put that little red sticker on his license plate because he's a young driver. And if you basically consider he's a junior and then there's seniors, so basically at least 1/4 of the kids in Summit have those at the high school and at Oratory and at Kent Place are young drivers. That hugely increases the risk of accidents. That's why the insurance companies charge us an arm and a leg to insure our cars. So Primrose setting up an entity, and I actually deliver babies. That's one of my jobs I do. So child safety is really a big concern of mine. I don't think the location is a great place for Primrose based on the traffic and my feeling that this is not a good place to add more traffic of 200 parents who are basically like in a rush to drop their kids off to do their jobs. It's a huge high pressure zone. It's like a pressure cooker ready to explode. And I agree with everything that Cameron and Elizabeth and Maggie and Mimi and Danielle and Brian and Nicole have said before me.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Ryan. I appreciate you being with us tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Right, thank you. Your name and address for the record?
Lisa Campbell, 27 Karen Way in Summit. I have 3 children. All have attended Washington School, the middle school, and the high school. Currently, I have 1 at the middle school and 2 at the high school. But when I had 3 children at 1 of each school, it took me 1 full hour to drop my kids off in the morning. To get from each school to the other is a lengthy process that, unless you have 3 kids in that span, you would not even imagine the amount of time. So, if you have, you can't even just consider, Washington School and the high school and, in proximity to this location. You have to consider parents who have to get their kids to the middle school as well. And it's a very short time period, and everybody, has to be at their location within a small time frame. And so the time frame and the amount of traffic just for those schools already is enough. But then if you add in the other factors that everyone has already mentioned, so I don't need to bring it up, I think that's something to be considered. But I'm in favor of, considering the traffic impact and the safety impact, which I think are paramount, obviously. And the location for this could not be more inconvenient. It is just not right for this area of town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
All right, next is Kimberly McGovern.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my.
There we go.
There we go.
She is.
If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record.
Kimberly McGovern, 142 Colonial Road.
Good evening, Ms. McGovern.
Good evening, and thank you for all your time for volunteering. I know volunteer work is important, as a lot of everything in Summit and a lot of what we do for our children is based on the work of volunteers in our town. I'm not an expert by any per se, but I would, as a mother of 4 in this town who attend public schools throughout, I feel like I'm a quasi-expert when it comes to children. I have been logging in since August, listening to the testimony given by the Primrose or the Primrose advocates. And all these months, I feel like I've just been listening to what I would qualify as a flawed and contradictory testimony. And I feel it speaks volumes that we haven't heard directly from the franchisee who is seeking to open this location. There's just a few examples I'd like to put out. The first gentleman who spoke back in August made a statement that he said, although we are called Primrose School, we are not a school. Well, they wanted to be looked at and thought of, shouldn't be thought of as a school as in the schools in the other area. But when any literature that I've looked at for Primrose, they state we are a national system of accredited private preschools that provides a premier early education and childcare experience. Back in the fall, we heard from James Cassay, and he admitted that the design was not ideal to the space, and it's not what they usually look for in a suburban location. It's more fitting to an urban location. We're dealing with about an acre of land here that we're asking, that they're seeking to build a school for 200 children. I took some time, and I thank you for this process, that I actually really dug into what our town has planned, and I read in depth the master plan that has been put forth. Traffic concerns and pedestrian safety are mentioned over 30 times in our town's master plan. This applicant is, I feel, disregarding traffic and pedestrian safety. 20% of the document, our master plan document, addresses pedestrian safety. And the most important pedestrians in our town are our children. I've watched children almost be hit by cars. On my road, I live right by the high school. I've watched my own child, as in slow motion, almost be hit by a car. My husband racing out our lawn, physically slamming down on the hood of a car because someone was going around another car that had stopped for my child to cross the street. And that driver said, "I'm sorry, I didn't even see him. I'm late for work."
Yeah.
We're asking for 200 more cars to come in who want to drop off children, as they too may be late for work. I've watched crossing guards be hit at the high school, by the middle school, near Washington, as cars disregard the traffic signs and the no left-hand turns and the no right on reds because they feel they need to get somewhere. And we're all in such a rush these days that we kind of zone out people and they don't see what's around them. And we're just asking for something to happen. And the safety of our children is what is most important. So lastly, I'd like to close and just ask that you reject this proposal, that you think of our children and the traffic and the residents of this town who are already paying taxes, who are choosing to live here, or who are volunteering their time to make Summit a wonderful community. They're choosing to raise their children here. I'm not against daycare, but I am against daycare at this location. There's not a need. So I'm please asking you to reject this, and whatever financial gain or tax gain our town would be receiving in choosing the children in our children's lives so that they are around for the years to come and can experience going to all these other schools that we're talking about, asking to be put first. Thank you.
Ms. McGovern, thank you very much. All right, I think, Chris, we should probably cut it off here since my clock here on the computer is 10:59. And maybe we should, at this point, I know we're probably got another 50 people queued up here, but we're going to have to punt here off to the May 26th, was it? May 25th, whatever it was, date.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, given the amount of time, not only that the application has been going on, but just anticipated with the amount of public participation, if the board would consider a special meeting to just have the Primrose application to finish public comment, so we don't have to keep bringing them back night after night.
Until the case we heard previous to yours, Mr. Giannetti, we thought we would conclude tonight. We thought that this May meeting would actually, based on the flow of applications, the lack of applications, would be solely dedicated to Primrose. And we thought that. So with the case being sort of extended, we have a little bit of an issue. I don't know whether we can consider a separate meeting or not. Chris and Mr. Warner, I know it's something that we don't like to do, but sometimes we have to. I don't know, it's something we can give some thought to, I guess. Any thoughts, Mr. Warner, on that?
I think it's more up to the board members than it is to me, Mr. Chairman, but and I don't want to venture a guess as to how much of the next meeting would be taken up by the Woodland Avenue application, because candidly, I was surprised this evening. So I'm not going to guess. It's up to the board.
Yeah, so Chris, we, in terms of our normal process, it's not something we normally do. We try to avoid it. We've got to, let's just say we have an hour for the Woodland application to complete that. I hope it would be less than that, but let's just say it's a half hour or an hour. Then we would have the remaining time. Maybe we could do the Primrose application first and the Woodland application following that, perhaps.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my thoughts would be to hear, you could either hear the Primrose application first at this point at the May 24th meeting. And then if we get to 43 Woodland and conclude, we can certainly do that. And that way we can ensure that all the public comments are heard on the front end of the meeting, since they were on the back end this time.
Mr. Giannetti, would that be acceptable to you? Should we put you up first? And if it goes on past Woodland, they'll have to be bumped to the June meeting.
You know, obviously, if a special meeting is not available or can be considered by the board, and that'll be the next best option.
Okay, all right, let's
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that's fair to 43 Woodland. We asked them to conduct a study and to do something that they then went back and did. We gave them something. I don't think that if you think they have an hour, I think they should have their hour. We should vote on them and we should move forward and not have to make them sit through who knows how long with how much, and the public should have every opportunity to speak. They should have their hour first. They've waited a while and we sort of push them in a certain direction, and they should have their hour and go first. That's my opinion. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I mean, the Primrose matter has gone on for months. It's not going to be resolved at the next meeting, and it's not fair to 43 Woodland.
Well, Andy, I hear what you're saying. I certainly hope it would be resolved regardless of which came first, but I understand what you're.
Well, I guess what would the board?
Even if it is resolved at the next meeting, it's still not fair to 43 Woodland.
Okay.
If 43 Woodland only needs an hour, they should, in my opinion, and other people can chime in, they should go first.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for speaking up. Anybody else having a strong opinion as to who goes first here?
I don't know if I have a strong opinion as much as I would say that we really don't know the public comment portion of the Woodland application either. So to say it's an hour could simply also be a guess.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Well,
but again, we put them in this position, and you know, the Primrose matter has gone on and on and on for whatever reasons, where, you know, my opinion is 43 Woodland should go first.
Okay. Well, I hear that.
I guess also just to, again, renew, and I don't know if the board wants to discuss, I mean, that would be the benefit of a special meeting, in that Woodland would get its full opportunity, the public would get its full opportunity, and for a meeting dedicated for it.
Let us do this, Mr. Giannetti, if we can. Let us, Mr. Nicola and Mr. Warner and myself meet tomorrow and sort of look at the schedule, look at the caseload coming forward, and let you know what our thoughts are on.
Mr. Chairman, we have to carry this this evening to a date certain.
All right, okay. That's
well, I think we could carry it to the 24th, and if there is a way to do a special meeting, we would have to renotice for that anyway. Unless there was one decided tonight.
I would not recommend carrying to a certain date and then scheduling a special meeting earlier than that carried to date. That could be problematic.
So I personally would be in favor of a special meeting to conclude this, because it is just going to continue to go on session after session after session if we try to combine it with other things.
there's some efficiency, Rich, I think, to that, to solely dedicated meeting. I think that makes some sense personally. How do other board members feel about that? We have to see if we can schedule one, first of all, if we can find a place on the calendar with Mr. Warner's schedule and our consultant schedule, et cetera.
I'm open to that.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing? I guess, thank you. My concern with, is that the same members of the public are being heard every meeting. And I'm just wondering, how we can get people who have not had a chance to speak, who have been coming to these meetings, you know, how can, am I making sense? How do we get them to, or how do we allow them to speak as well? And not just hear the same people over and over again at every meeting we have.
So, Mr. Warner, when we have the list that we have, Mr. Warner's been keeping a list of all the people that have now.
I have two. I have two.
Have public comments. So between Mr. Warner and Mr. Nicola, who have these meeting minutes, those people, are they forbidden to speak again for a second time, or do we put them to the back of the list, or how do you deal with it?
Every member of the public has one opportunity to speak, and then we haven't heard from everybody yet, so I assume we'll continue to hear from new people.
So I think what Ellen's point is a good one. We don't want to be hearing from the same people again, and that tends to be the case with most of these hearings anyway. You have some people.
Yeah, which is what has happened. I mean, I could, you know, I could pick these people out on the street at this point, I feel like.
Well, I think we don't want to discuss that any further. I think what we want to focus on is that whenever we have the continuation of this meeting, it will be new members of the public who will be speaking. So we're still back to picking a date.
So I have a couple members of the board that think a special meeting makes some sense. We have a couple of different ideas as to who goes first on the meeting on the 24th of May. I know that the board we all have things to do. We certainly want to keep out of the vacation season, you know, when school is out in June, whenever it is, we don't want to be having special meetings then. So I guess any other members of the board have a feeling one way or another before we ask our consultants to consider looking at their calendars. Yep. Jay?
I'm open to a special meeting. Whoops. I'm open to a special meeting subject to scheduling though. I mean, we all have other things we're doing. So if we can try and find a date that works, it's a large cast of characters that have to be available. That's all. If we can, sure. Why not?
All right, so let's ask Mr. Nicola and Mr. Warner and Mr. Burgess, who could substitute Tom Behrens if you wished, and then Mr. Dorr, if we can find a schedule a date that works for everybody. Chris, can you throw out a date or two?
Yeah, I'm looking in between board meetings with the zoning board and everything. May 10th.
I think I can do May 10th.
Will that be sufficient time we can sunshine notice that? And I suspect you'll want 9 members, Mr. Giannetti. So I guess it's subject to the rest of.
Ideally, but I'll listen to what the number is.
Chris Dorr and Mr. Burgess, any thoughts on May 10th?
I could make May 10th work, and if it's not me, it'll be Tom.
Okay.
May 10th is fine with me as well.
That's a good thing about being the boss, Joe.
I'm not so sure about that, but we can talk about that later.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see how we're doing. Everybody, how does the rest of the board feel? How do we feel with that, May 10th?
I can do May 10th.
Okay.
So can I.
Can anybody?
May 10th is fine.
Can I take that on the phone? Is that possible, Mr. Warner?
Sure. Yeah, it's Mr. Warner. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't believe that would be a problem because we don't need to assess your credibility or swear you in. So,
Sure.
so
Yeah, sure.
So board members can, and would you need to? Now the only question is, would you need to see anything though? I don't know if there's going to be any shared screen documents from members of the public, or if there's any rebuttal testimony with shared screen. That's the only issue.
Well,
You
one of
would
the
need-
members of the public has an exhibit that they
Yeah,
submitted
no,
the other day.
I'm hence my point.
Yeah. I knew what you were talking about.
He could print that exhibit out, or if it's on his laptop or whatever, he could carry that with him electronically one way or another and have access to it for sure. If that's the one you're talking about, Andy, that's for sure.
If you can't see what's happening, but you can listen to what's happening, then it's a matter of whether or not you could see the exhibits. Ideally, you'd have both audio and video.
But if
Also
we
to-
see, but Steve, we have the exhibit now.
No, I
make
understand.
the
I don't
same
know if
issue.
there's any other exhibits coming, and also the issue
Okay.
of assessing credibility of witnesses arguably is part of the process.
That's
Well,
kind
you
of
asked
what
me
we did, right?
what's the ideal? The ideal is to have both audio and video. But if there's no objections from either side, quote unquote, I can allow it without the audio.
So does
Oh,
that,
excuse
does
me,
that
without the
suggest
video.
we, I mean, does it rise to the level of we don't have a special, I mean, this is a special meeting. Does your concern rise to the level that we don't have the special meeting therefore? If
No,
at least a
if
couple,
every-
it sounds like may have a conflict that even.
it depends on
I
the-
speak for myself, it sounds like Matt does too.
Yeah, it depends on the number of board members who can make it with audio and video, and those that can make it most of the way, so to speak.
So how many people do we need?
Well, a minimum, this is a planning board application, so it's just a simple majority of a quorum, so literally 5. But you decide whether you think that's appropriate, given the magnitude of the application and how long everyone has
not at all.
spent. Yeah.
So Jay, you had a concern and Matt has a concern, or those two that I'm hearing for the 10th?
Right.
Is anyone else available the remainder of that week? Different day, doesn't have to be a Monday necessarily.
What do we got?
I would be concerned if everyone is not here for this. That's just my opinion.
Any other day that week?
Jay, how about you?
I think I'm the same.
All right, I don't have the council agenda in front of me, so I apologize. There's nothing May 11th, is there?
No good, May 11th.
Okay. How about Wednesday?
May 12th.
Going once.
May 12th we can do? We can do May 12th.
And hang on, let me check.
We gotta check Joe and Chris and Mr. Gianetti's team.
I'm good on the 12th.
Okay.
My kids take the recycling to the street, I'm good.
Well, we might have to do that during the break, Andy.
Yeah, can we have a timeout at like 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Please, Bill.
Everybody put their recycling out.
Yeah, we'll all do it at the
Because
same time.
otherwise, there'll be cardboard pizza boxes everywhere in my house.
We'll have a synchronized
Yeah.
walk to the curb.
Right.
All right, so we're down to May 13th. Is that what I heard?
May 12th.
May 12th.
Well,
May
okay, May 12th. All right, good. All right, May 12th.
I have a commitment that night. Tom
Tom's
has
free.
something with a question mark in the calendar, so I cannot confirm his availability.
All right. Well, let's see, with regard to, you said Tom has a question mark?
Yes, it's,
Okay. Well, I guess that's a question for Mr. Warner.
No, it's not really a question for me. I'll be candid with, it's a little hard sometimes to do special meetings during a meeting to figure out the scheduling. That's why oftentimes if there's a special meeting, what ends up happening is you carry something to the next available meeting date. And in the interim, if you can find a special meeting, you make it for after
So we have
that
a
next
special
available
meeting
meeting
sometime-
date as opposed to before. I don't think that's what people want to do here.
Yeah.
So we could keep
Right.
chugging along, or at some point, somebody may say it's going to have to be May 24th.
How's the 13th?
I'm not available, but
Not
I can't,
available.
can't speak for anyone else.
I'm not available that night.
Yeah, I'm not available either.
So May 12th is one that.
Take the
that sounds like-
recycling in.
Sounds like it'll work, except for the Burgess firm, so.
Mr.
it's
Chairman, let
between-
me see if I see there's 2 other people in the office that do not have commitments that night. Maybe one of them can pick up either Tom's or my meeting, and then one of us, Tom or I, could appear here in Summit.
Well,
We
if
can
that-
make it work.
Well, that'd be great, Joe. Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, so we're back to May 12th. Is that right? All right. Okay. May 12th it is, special meeting. Chris, I guess we'll have to work out the notice and all that stuff for that.
Yeah, and lastly, I guess 7:30, we want to do the usual time.
Yeah, I think so. unless everybody else, wants to do it at 4 o'clock. in the afternoon or whatever.
Same remote location, Zoom. Keep an eye out for the access information. We'll do the notice on the sunshine notice on the special meeting. And then is applicant planning on doing a separate notice or not?
If we're announcing tonight that it was going to be to May 12th, I wasn't planning on doing a separate notice.
The only reason I asked is because you're not obligated to do it. I just wanted to see if you were what you were gonna say candidly. So it's gonna be carried without further notice, MLUL notice that is, to Wednesday, May 12th special meeting to be sunshine notice by the township. And we'll get an extension of time to act through the end of the month of May in writing from Mr. Giannetti.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate the board making the accommodation.
And I know this is completely out of line, Mr. Giannetti, but I'll get down on my knees and beg you and beg everybody else to try to get it done by the end of that special meeting, so we don't have to go beyond that point. So
I fully appreciate that, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we have to put everybody on this call on suicide watch if it goes beyond that. So, all right, so now let's move on to other business with regard to the item 8 here. We have an ordinance.
Yeah, Bill, real quick, I just wanted to say Iris is all good. Our court reporter can now.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Iris.
Thank you
Thanks,
all.
Ira.
Have a great evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Yep.
We have the ordinance with regard to the mechanical equipment and setbacks. It was came from the council to us for essentially a master plan consistency review, which we've agreed to do on a verbal basis since it's so limited. And so that would be basically, Joe, if you have any thoughts on that particular ordinance.
Very quickly, the ordinance change. First of all, is as background information, the municipal land use law requires that whenever the governing body introduces a development ordinance or an amendment to the land use ordinances, gets referred to the planning board for a determination as to whether it is inconsistent or not with the master plan. 2 issues here, and then a third aside. The ordinance originally had a 5-foot setback for a requirement for air conditioners. Then it was changed a couple of years ago to 10 feet. This is simply changing it back to 5 feet, a 5-foot setback for the side yard setback. And the reason being that when it was changed from 5 to 10, the zoning board was flooded with development applications. So discretion being the better part of valor, was decided by the council to change it back to a 5-foot setback. In terms of inconsistency, it is not inconsistent, the master plan. The master plan talks about having a consistent neighborhood land use pattern, and this would reinforce that. But more directly, I guess, master plans typically don't address minor issues such as accessory structures, and our master plan doesn't specifically talk about this issue. So I'm just pointing to the general goal that talks about neighborhood consistency when I say there's no inconsistency here. But also as an aside, about 1.5 years ago, I was sitting in a lovely cafe in Paris, and I got a phone call from
Just like Ellen,
Chris. Well, that's why I love saying Ellen's figure. Before the pandemic, every summer we would spend the summer in Paris. But there I was sitting in this cafe, and Chris and the mayor, I believe, somebody else called me to say, we have a zoning emergency and need to talk to you immediately about this. And what was the zoning emergency? Changing the setback requirement. So here we are 1.5 years later and finally doing it. And I think it's safe for the planning board to report back to the council that there is no inconsistency and they could proceed with their second reading.
All right, Joe, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that background. It's helpful. Chris, I guess from this point on, you'll communicate back to Rosemary and we'll execute this ordinance. Well, actually, the ordinance will be, I guess, voted on finally by council and become law at that point, I guess, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could help, we'll just need a roll call vote of the board to refer this matter back to the governing body with a determination that consistent with the advice of Mr. Burgess, the board finds that this proposed ordinance that has been introduced is not inconsistent with the master plan. And then Chris can do that by letter, no doubt well in advance of May 18th, when the public hearing on second read is scheduled for.
Great. Okay, good. So we'll need a roll call vote, Chris, I guess.
A motion second and roll call vote.
Sure, yeah, sorry. So we need a motion to approve in a second.
So moved.
And a second, we'll assume that we got a second there from, sounded like council personnel.
Yeah,
Somebody.
I'm gonna give Beth the motion and John the second. That fair? Everybody happy?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Paul Navarez,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
Mr. Delory,
Yes.
Mr. Zucker,
Yes.
Mr. Perrella,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore,
Yes.
and Chairman Anderson.
Yes. All right, thanks, everyone. And our sort of last piece of business has to do with the, basically an assignment of the contract that is currently with Mazer to their, I guess, the entity that acquired Mazer, Colliers Engineering and Design. We have to have an authorization to assign that contract. Anything you'd like to add here, Mr. Warner, with regard to the content? It here says an amended indemnification language as well.
Nope, just a resolution, motion second and roll call vote. And I suspect our engineer would like that to happen now, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Dow, right? So, so that all the contract is, everything with the contract is up to snuff. So everything can continue to be processed.
Mr. Dorr, anything you would add to this at all tonight with regard to this?
Nothing at all other than it's just name change, but everything else remains the same.
Great. Okay, we would miss you, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I guess here we would need a motion and a second to approve, unless there's anybody has any comments or questions with regard to this. All right. How about a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second.
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 Right. And I guess we need a full vote. Say that quickly. Full.
Quick roll, since it's a resolution, a quick roll call vote.
Roll call. All right. Roll call vote.
All right, Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Paul Navarez,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
Delory,
Yes.
Mr. Zucker,
Yes.
Perrella,
Yes.
Fiore,
Yes.
and Chairman Anderson.
All right. Yes.
All right.
All right. Well, I think that that's it. We probably need a motion to adjourn. The only thing I wanted to talk to tonight, Andy, was a little bit more about, the square footage for a beer manufacturing facility in downtown Summit, but I think we'll put that off to the next meeting. So
We got that resolved. I think your issue is with Rich, with how many we were permitted to have and where they were.
what was
But
that? How
actually,
many,
on a serious,
how many
we're gonna-
beers you
we
could
should-
drink at once that night? Is that how that works?
Well, we could do that as a separate challenge, but I actually have a serious question. With respect to the DRO and the electrical car outlets on the 43 Woodland, I was just a little confused, and I probably should have asked it when it was brought up, but if the DRO encourages or wants, we've asked for electric car outlets, why is that application not required, or any application for a parking lot not required to put them in if the DRO specifies they should be there?
I think it was filed, the application was filed before the DRO was approved. I think that was the catch. Is that right?
Yeah, let me, if I may, Mr. Chairman, rather than answer that specific question, let's answer the hypothetical question generally.
Yeah, I meant it hypothetically.
Because the application is still pending, but to answer the question in a quote unquote general hypothetical way, if, as might be the case there, as the chairman said correctly, the application was filed before the adoption of the amendment to the DRO, what we call the time of submission rule or time of application rule applies, and therefore they were an applicant under those circumstances would not be subject to the subsequently adopted ordinance. Hence, I believe, for example, in such a case, you would see a recommendation from Krista Anderson as opposed to a recommendation that it be imposed as a condition or stipulated to.
Okay, so I get that. So then, and I guess because it's already passed, and you can correct me if I'm wrong for bringing this up. So the Huntley Tavern one, even though it was approved in 2015 and never acted upon, would we then be able to go back and say, well, the DRO now requires the following because your application is technically expired?
Well,
and we don't have to discuss, and we can say it hypothetically, but in that type of instance.
Yeah, we're going to stay with the hypothetics because there's no resolution adopted, let alone the expiration of 45 days after the notice of the adoption of the resolution.
So hypothetically.
So, but in an extension type situation, or even a what we'll call a quasi extension situation, you would not be enforcing subsequently adopted ordinances necessarily. And
so timing is a key part of those.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, hypothetical.
Yeah, I get that.
So one other thing I might just say, part of my comments earlier, perhaps raising my voice more than I should have, had to do with a conversation I had with a previous council we had at the planning board, who cautioned me several times as I was wandering into the business aspects of our applicant, basically saying that I didn't have the authority or the ability to do that, because the questions that Bob asked were exactly the ones that were on my mind 6 or 8 years ago when we had an application similar to this, Bob. Well, what is your occupancy? Well, tell me about your pro forma. And the council, kind of grabbed me like this. You can't answer that question. So that's sort of where I was coming from that. And maybe in a minute or two, you could give us a little more advice on that, Mr. Warner, about what the board can delve into relative to the sort of economics of a person's decision, and hypothetically, just how deep the board can go and answer those kinds of questions, because they're relevant. They really are. I mean, Rich and Bob asked some relevant questions that I was sort of got my hand slapped, a few years ago for doing that.
In a very general surface way, because I suspect people don't want to spend too much more time at 11:29 on it for now, at least. And we could always go deep if anybody wants at another time. But I would say that you cannot get into, Mr. Burgess can certainly weigh in. You cannot, personal financial hardships are not in and of themselves a basis for variance relief. So you're not supposed to focus on personal financial issues, or for that matter, personal financial benefits are not a basis for granting or denying variance relief. I think where you have to be careful is not to say, well, I can't talk about anything that might in any way, shape, or form have to do with an applicant's business a success or not, because, for example, occupancy and number of customers, number of tenants might relate to something such as parking need or lack thereof. So you really have to look at the question and the context on a question by question basis to make an accurate determination as to whether or not you're delving into an impermissible area or maybe it's a relevant area, for that particular inquiry at that time. But again, you don't base decisions on, is somebody, including the city for that matter, going to make more money or less money if I say yes or if I say no. That's not what we're about. We're a land use board. We focus on the zoning and planning benefits and detriments, not and undue hardship from a zoning and planning perspective, not from a personal or financial perspective.
Well, hypothetically, if we were to wander a little bit too deep into something like that, our esteemed council would let us know and tell us we're not in an area that we should be in, I guess.
I don't know about your esteemed council, but I'll tell you. How's that?
Okay, all right. Anyway, all right, so
Joe, where did I go wrong in a general sense?
You hit the nail on the head there. That was good.
I hit it on the head. I got lucky again, Joe.
Steve, wouldn't the flip side play out as well? Because tonight they were bringing up the rationale for the spots based on.
They started it. Yeah, they started.
Yeah. Where's the line on hardship, right?
I don't want us to get into anything.
Hypothetically, and to Rich's point, in a situation like that, it's hard to say, well, but also back to Jay's point, if this was a new development and somebody came to us and asked for a certain number of sponsors, or the regulation was X, and, to Rich's point, well, this is a redevelopment. So, it's hard for us to sit there and separate, well, you're asking for something because you're telling us something, but yet this is what we want, but we also don't want you to go out of business, because that's not our role either, is to have people go out of business. It's to balance the two. So, it's kind of like the whole campus study, one building study. It's very hard for people to sit here and just separate what we, and that's why I guess we have to rely on all of you as our experts, is because, you can't just make an impartial decision, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Bob's point, hypothetically, Bob's point was, depending upon what your occupancy is in a environment that is walking oriented, in a future that's, from Rich's perspective, going to perhaps require less cars than we have today. I think these are all reasonable hypothetical questions to ask in a hypothetical situation.
Yeah.
Well, we use the word hypothetical a lot, but I'm still getting a little uncomfortable.
All right. So let's,
All right.
I
I
guess
guess
somebody step up and have the courage to request an adjournment of this meeting.
More importantly, at 8 o'clock, Bill, we need to recess on May 12th so we can all take our recycling out and then re-adjourn.
Okay. All right. So someone make a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you all very much. It's great to see you.
Good night, guys.
Thanks.
All right, have a good night, everybody.